theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with the mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear it frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frum's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us. What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, it's Julie B, and we're here to do from Theory Live, and if people want to call in tonight like we promised last time, I will put up the call-in link in a little while. I don't know if it's and you know, if it winds up being too late for the people who expressed interest in doing a call-in, then we'll do the next one. You know, the next one will also be will be a call-in if people want to and they miss their opportunity because it's late at night. Because I realize it's late for Eastern time zoners. For me, it's not that bad because I'm Central time, so it's only 11 o'clock here, roughly 11 o'clock. So we're so Karl is going to be hopefully able to join at some point in a little while. And for now, it's just going to be me. And I don't remember this name in the chat before. Unacceptable Unicorn. Oh, that's cool. That's a unique name. Oh, and there's Karl now. I thought it was going to take more time than that, but he's probably gonna. He's in the middle of a treatment right now, so he'll have to be muting and unmuting at different points while they're doing stuff, while they're working with him, I'm guessing. But
not yet, but they will.
Not yet. Okay. Yeah, this is a kind of a weird one. We're usually both in the same location now, doing these streams, not in different spots. So hey Green Who, nice to see you. Hey Distellar Napster, Love you guys too. And Randall will be our hero. Yeah, I mean, I could see Randall playing a heroic role in the final season. I think they sidelined him in season 4, but only temporarily. I mean, I feel like here's what I think the calculus was on that. In season 3, he got prominent storyline with the residual effects of his cicada coma, the cicada, the phantom cicadas tormenting him. So I think, and then if you noticed in season 3, while the focus was on him and his cicada coma effects, we heard nothing about what happened to Marielle. Nothing at all. And at the time, my guess was that they just didn't have enough time to deal with both that and deal with whatever happened to Marielle, because she was acting like she was fine for the whole of season 3. And then at the end, she admitted she wasn't fine, and that teased what was to come in season 4 with the reveal of what happened to her. And so what I think is in season 4, they decided, okay, now we shift the focus and the screen time away from Randall and onto Marielle. Let her have her storyline and her moment before we kill her off. I think they probably planned from the beginning of season 4 that they were gonna kill her off in the finale. So let's give her Randall's screen time. Let's give her storyline so we find out exactly how the cicada coma affected her, so that's not a plot hole. And then wrap it up. Her storyline was then concluded and the end. And actually that made sense. But I do think that if the show wasn't so reluctant to kill off enough people, they could have made some time for Randall. I think that Randall was, excessively sidelined. He was such an important character in season 3, and then, other than being Julie's story walking buddy, he disappeared. As soon as Julie stopped story walking, he disappeared. And we didn't see anything from him. We barely saw him at all for the rest of the season after she stopped that. So I think they could have done better for his character. But I think they'll probably pivot back to him in the final season. That's when I think I had predicted that he would not make it out of season 4. And if they had been able to focus on him more, I think he wouldn't have, because it would have been, I think he's going to suffer a terrible fate through story walking misadventures with Julie, something going wrong, and then him having to save her. And so now my prediction just gets kicked further down the road into season 5, since they sidelined both Julie and Randall for a while. So yeah, I think Randall will still be important, and they already foreshadowed his death. I still think the foreshadowing counts. The whole, having him stand in front of the graves, the grave Halloween decorations that say "Rest in Peace" at the clinic. I still believe that was foreshadowing, and he probably dies a hero in the final season. He's always had the hero streak. That would be the perfect conclusion to his redemption arc, and he goes out a hero in that final season when the shit really hits the fan. That'll be when he dies. Now I think it may be any number of things that cause it, but I just thought it would be story walking related, since he felt such dread about going near the ruins in season 3, and it felt like it was setting something up for a payoff. But who knows? I mean, without talismans, things are going to hit the fan pretty bad in season 5. So he could go out heroically, who knows what way. It might not have anything to do with the ruins after all. But I do think Julie will go back to the ruins with him. So yeah, I'm going to still stick with that prediction for season 5, come to think of it. She's going to go back and story walk again. That's a given. They have to do more with the story walking. Greenu says, hello, Julie. What do you think about that door in Colony House? Do you think it would lead to the Lake of Tears? That's an interesting idea. I hadn't thought of that. I mean, the door I think it will lead exactly where it led in Jade's mushroom trip. And I mean, they could have taken that route to get the bones without taking down the tree and causing more problems for themselves. I really think that's what they should have done. And now look, they did it for nothing. Now we know that them escaping through the hole in the ground where the tree was, that was a non-starter anyway. It was just, well, I wouldn't say it was for nothing though. Come to think of it, I keep contradicting myself, but I think that maybe the only reason Tabitha and Jade were able to get the bones and escape, it does seem like the only reason is because uprooting the bottle tree caused those earthquakes that protected them. Those earthquakes, I think they protected them on purpose, because they protected them at two different points in the episode. There's no way they got lucky like that twice, where the earthquakes protected them from the monsters two different times. No, come on. Selective earthquakes that protect Tabitha and Jade, that was something I think that either the boy in white caused, or the tree itself was hardwired to do that. So maybe they had to uproot the tree in order to trigger those earthquakes, and it was a sort of fail safe. Like, all right, you guys are going to be still pretty screwed if you cut down the tree. It's going to unleash all kinds of havoc, but in season 5. But here we'll have some selective earthquakes built into it as a fail safe if you do go that route. And there you go. I mean, who's to say though? I mean, did the boy in white cause the earthquakes? If they hadn't uprooted the tree and they had done this the way the boy in white probably wanted them to, they could have accessed that same chamber by going underground the way they were supposed to, without the help of the tree getting uprooted as some kind of escape route. And the earthquake could still have happened. The boy in white, maybe he could have triggered it, and so the tree didn't need to be part of it at all. It's hard to say. It depends on whether we think the boy in white has enough power to do something like that, to cause the earthquakes, or if it was something that was built into the magic tree itself as it was caused by the tree getting uprooted. And I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't really committed 100% one way or the other yet. And I still have yet to release a video breaking down this episode, breaking down the finale. There's just been too much that had to take priority this week over anything like that in my life, unfortunately. But it's coming. Just, at least there's no new episode to worry about. So I'll start working on the video this weekend, and within a few days, I'll be able to release the finale breakdown and start covering Silo with live streams next week. I haven't seen the premiere of Silo, and I don't even like, I actually still have to finish season 2. So, if you could, anyone who's seen Silo up to season 3, please just avoid spoilers in the chat for me, because I'm trying to remain unspoiled until I can actually watch it by the end of the weekend. Anyway, but as far as the door leading to the Lake of Tears, just circling back to that in this message here. Oops. The door leading to the Lake of Tears, it could eventually, like somewhere in the system of caves, there could be the Lake of Tears. I think that's a great theory, that it could be underground. It's going to be somewhere that's hard to find. This could lead back to what Ghost Tom said back in season 2, that and I think what Ghost Tom said actually foreshadowed the location of the children's bones, which are going to be important. He said to Jade that he should go down and look for clues in the tunnels, because important anything that's important is going to be hard to find and dangerous to get to. And he was trying to advise Jade to go down there and look for clues on a way to help Julie, who was catatonic at the time. So maybe other valuable things are going to be hard to find, like the Lake of Tears underground. It's possible. The second time they go to the basement door, it's a wrap. Oh, they think we forgot about the basement door. Oh, I definitely didn't forget about that. There's no way we forgot about that. I mean, so you think that this could be a bad thing? There could be like the monsters attacking through it. I mean, that's possible. Hey, Darrell, nice to see you. And Napster, I'm feeling okay. Not great. But I've been trying to practice some better self-care today, so I feel a lot better than I did last night. That's a big improvement than I felt yesterday from just stress, exacerbating pain. Hope everyone else is feeling good and having a good start to your holiday weekend. Darrell says filming for season 5 is July 6th to November 28th. Is that an official announcement now? Oh, nice. That pretty much tracks with what Darrell has been predicting, that it would start around early July. So it sounds like you were exactly on point. That's great. That means we'll definitely have season 5 next year. I would guess, last year they finished filming around the same time, the end of November, and we got the next season. We got the brand new season in when was it? April. So maybe we get season 5 around the same time, around April 2020, 2027. Hey, Saggy Star, a call in. I hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, I've been meaning to do one, actually put up a link. So as soon as and greet more of you guys in the chat, then I'll put up the link so that people can call in if they want to. And it's been a while. It's been a while. I've been meaning to do one for a long time, but it's been a very stressful few months. So it's just something I always meant to do, and it just never happened. I didn't even do enough theory live streams. I mostly did episode breakdown streams. And the theory ones were the ones where I wanted to do the call-ins. Yeah, so hope you're doing well too, Saggy Star. So nice to see you. Karl is hanging in there as best he can, and continuing treatment for his medical condition, and so it's one day at a time. And Karl, of course, chime in anytime that you can. I'm speaking for you because I'm assuming they're probably setting up your stuff right now.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Please hit the like button as you usher in tonight. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here and for that support. Yeah, people always say, write that in the comments, in the chat before I remember to say it. Please do hit the like button and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Don't forget to hit the like, always. It's very, very important. Hey there, first live for you. Well, welcome, Cole. Welcome to the community. We do these, I'm going to do From Lives at least once a week. And once we resume From Academy, we're going to have 2 From Lives per week for a while. So for now, at least once a week, we'll talk From. And I'll do another live on Silo, probably Monday. If I can get prepared enough in time, then we'll probably cover Silo season 3, episode 1 on Monday night around 11 p.m. Eastern. And but yeah, the From lives, that's going to be a little more fluid, trying to figure out what night of the week. So make sure you subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. And at the beginning of the week, I'll try and post a schedule on when the live streams are going to be. I've talked to Doc about resuming from Academy soon, and we'll let you know when that's going to happen. When it does happen, it should be on Friday nights like it used to be. So anyway, welcome. Always great to see new people in the chat, new people, and always welcome. We try to be like the most inclusive from stream out there, as far as including the chat in the conversation and highlighting a lot of chat messages. And Ellis is a goner. Well, maybe so. I mean, first, I think that they're gonna ham up the drama of Ellis and his grief over what's happening to. Yeah, honestly, since Fatima's not dead, she's turned into a nightmare creature. I don't know. I don't think they kill Ellis, because think about the drama they can get from Fatima creature coming up to Colony House and trying to get Ellis to let her in. I mean, he's so crazy about her. I don't know. I don't think he could resist. I think he might wind up pulling another Kevin and another porn stash, letting her in. So I don't know. I think Ellis stays, but he's gonna have some real drama ahead with Fatima Monster coming to visit. Darrell Morris, nice to see you. They definitely need to add more episodes for season 5. I wish they would. I doubt they will. I think we're stuck with the 10 episodes, but there have been some kind of rumors that they would do a bloated season with 2 extra episodes. I don't know. I wouldn't count on it, guys, but we can dream, I guess, right? Why not? We can hope that they do something like that and give us a couple bonus episodes for the final season. There's a lot that they have to wrap up. There's a whole lot to cover, and it's going to be challenging to do it in 10 episodes. I think they've already given us a lot of answers. Unlike some people, I mean, I feel like they've given us a lot already. I mean, you have to prepare yourself for the fact that they're not going to explicitly answer every question. They're just not. I have a list of biggest unanswered questions, and I think there are some that I'm going to be able to cross off the list. I haven't really revisited it in a while. Season 4 answered a bunch of questions, so maybe I'll pull that up at some point. We can see what we can cross off. Darrell says, based on how long they're filming, it's going to be 10 episodes. Yeah, that sounds like it to me. They filmed from June 2025 to November 2025. And that was a 10 episode season. And now it's July to November. So that's actually a little less time. Oh, Koala T. Koala T was here in the chat. Oh, that's so sweet. Don't want to interrupt, but you are doing amazing and you're loved. Well, that really means a lot. That was so kind of him to stop by and say hi. And he's just one of the best content creators out there. One of the most compassionate and humble out there. Just uplifting other content creators every single chance he gets. I've never seen anything quite like what he does. Just supporting the hell out of all his people who he should consider as competitors, really, but he doesn't consider people as competitors. He just supports everyone, even the people who are way, like, if they have way more subscribers than him, doesn't matter. He'll support their merch, and he'll support the little channels. He'll support everybody, which I think is terrific. And that's a role model for how all YouTubers should be. Definitely gave me a lot of support and sent subscribers my way, even though I cover a completely different type of content. Koala T, for those who don't know, check out his channel for hip-hop reactions, and very comical ones at that. He's very good at entertaining. So if you enjoy entertaining, comical hip-hop reactions, and especially Kendrick Lamar fan oriented, you're definitely going to enjoy his channel. So let me in fact, I'll find the link to his channel and I'll put it in the chat like I always do. If I see anybody who's a content creator in the chat, I try to drop their link. And let me just grab that. I haven't even had a chance to check out any of his lives in months because I've been so busy covering From. So the fact that he didn't even forget about my little channel, saw I was live and popped in, very kind. From just kind of From and my life stressors took over for the past few months, so I just haven't had much time to consume anybody's content like I normally would. So there's the link in the chat right there if you want to check out his channel. Highly recommend it. And so, okay, moving on. So JT Moore says Randall helped chop vegetables for Bacta. Yeah, that was his big storyline of the second half of the season. He did provide support for Julie with her story walking, but he took a back seat big time in season 4. He really did. And I think that he'll get more to do in the final season. Yeah, he got lots of screen time in the first half, like with the story walking, like Darrell says here. And thank you for dropping that, for dropping my Cash App info, Saggy Star. Really appreciate that. I have the Cash App there is JulieBDeepDives with the hashtag. And I also have Venmo. And for international people or anyone who prefers PayPal, there's PayPal. That's the only one of the 3 that's available internationally. And those are always scrolling down at the bottom of the stream here, and also in the description of the video of the stream. So anyone who's so inclined, it's much appreciated, and any little bit helps. It all adds up. I've started doing, as a thank you to those who donate, I make I keep a record of anyone who's donated in the past month, and then put up honorary executive producer and associate producer credits on all my videos, and in the descriptions of every video and live stream, just to thank those donors, no matter how big or how small, your name gets in there, any amount at all. So,
As far as Randall goes, don't underestimate the power of vegetables, guys.
the power of vegetables. Yeah, it's, I guess his chopping vegetables could be really consequential. You never know. I can picture Randall being killed by the man in yellow early in season 5. Maybe it's possible. I could maybe see that, Darrell. You never know. Hey, Jordan. I'd cry. Over what? But I forget what we were talking about 10 minutes or 20 minutes ago. Um, Darrell says Bacta feels like one of those characters who's not gonna die. Probably not. I mean, unless they just need people, they need like a body count for a big event. She could die, but you know, because she's just not that important. So they could include her just to add to a body count. They would lose their town cook again. That's the only issue. She does serve an important role. She's just not an important character um, in and of herself. I don't even think they need to explain why her grandmother knew the cicada nursery rhyme anymore, because she I feel like they gave us enough. Julie gave us enough of an idea of how that could have happened. This place could leak out into the real world, and people would dream about it, and that's how it winds up. Details related to this place wind up in things like Ethan's book about story walking, or his book that includes story walking. So, it's like, well, then Bacta's grandmother probably learned the cicada nursery rhyme from a dream on the outside, just like the author of the Grand Gulagog must have learned about story walking on the outside. Personally, that's enough of an explanation for me. I don't need everything to be explicitly explained. I'd be fine with explaining it away that with my own headcanon based on Julie's hypothesis. Bacta did get played with screen time, definitely. I bet you they never explicitly explain why her grandmother knew that nursery rhyme. And it'll just be like something we have to put two and two together about based on Julie's hypothesis on that topic of from information leaking out through dreams to their world. Some of the actors have said they are back in Halifax and about to film. Wow. Already. That was quick. Bacta seems like a safe bet. Safe because character, not enough impact whether she lives or dies. Yeah, exactly, Jordan. Exactly my thinking. Probably safe enough character unless they have an event where they need a big body count and they want impact. So all right. Well, we'll kill off some people who have names, but the plot won't lose much without them. Bacta has always been one of those characters who gets a little bit of screen time, right? Tabby and Jade have a lot more to remember. Yeah, they definitely do. They really need to. Tabby needs to go back to the car graveyard and start, and get back in the car, so she can remember whatever. I wish they had done it still in season 4. What was she starting to remember with Miranda driving? I feel like that must be important, and she needs to go back and get in the car to remember the rest of it. The earthquakes were definitely the bones doing what Jade said they would. Yeah, maybe Jade thought he was making that up, but the bones actually were protecting them. He thought that he was making it up because he told Tabitha he lied, and he only did that just so that Boyd would approve their plan and go ahead and do it. The wait for season 5 is going to be at least 6 months less than how long we had to wait for season 4. Wow, honestly, I don't mind. Waiting that long. I really don't. I mean, I don't want the whole series to be over. I'd rather have a nice long off season where we can theorize the hell out of this. I would be totally fine with that. Thank you, Saggy, for your support with that and helping with the donation link. That makes a big difference. I truly appreciate your help there. And yeah, happy 4th of July weekend. I saw the first episode of Silo and I'm super confused, so I can't wait for the breakdowns. This show has always been confusing to me, frankly. I don't find the writing of it to be clear enough. From is confusing, but I don't have any problem following it or understanding it. Silo is confusing in a way that, I don't know, I think that it might come down to writing that's not as high quality, in my personal opinion. Silo is not one of my personal favorite shows. It's a show that I like, but I've always had some issues with it. So, I'm covering it. It's kind of like when I covered The Last of Us. I liked The Last of Us season 1, so I covered season 2, and boy, that was a train wreck. But hopefully season 3 of Silo will be a lot better than season 2 of The Last of Us was. Hey, MG. Nice to see you. We talking about all the plot threads they totally dropped. Yeah, we were definitely touching on a few of them for sure. Lucas says Boy in White is probably afraid of giving knowledge because it always comes at a cost. Right. So that's probably why he doesn't explicitly tell people more. Boyd wanted to know why, and Victor said it doesn't work that way. There's got to be an explanation. Maybe it is because it always comes at a cost. That makes sense to me. He dropped too much knowledge on Christopher, and it seemed like he lost his mind back in the 70s. That came at its own kind of cost. That wasn't even Man in Yellow related. So I think he just can't. His hands are tied. He helps as much as he can, but he can't drop too much knowledge. Green News says it's weird that it's like they implied that the chamber with bones is only accessible through that door. They must have a plan for that door. That's what it seemed like. I was confused. I was surprised that they pivoted away from accessing the bones through the chamber, but then it explained the whole how the tree was going to come down and why. Because I couldn't really come up with a good explanation, but I just knew that tree was going to come down when I saw the title of the finale. They must have a plan for the door. I definitely agree. It's like Chekhov's door. They've got to have a plan for that. Hey, Jen the teacher. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. MG says, let's hope the next season is all gas, no breaks, none of this infinite setup with no payoff. Yeah, let's hope. I mean, they definitely pay off some things, but they don't pay off as much as they should. I hate when they set things up and don't pay them off. Don't do setup without payoff. That's very frustrating. Especially when it feels like something should be paid off in the short term and they don't do it. Lots of ground to cover to get to the ending, methinks. That's for sure. That is for sure. There's a lot of ground to cover. Hi, M3. Nice to see you. Jordan says it's hard because I see such severe criticisms of the show that fully dismisses it. And while I definitely enjoyed the season, it was a drop-off in quality. Yeah, I mean, I still enjoyed the season. I didn't think it was trash. Some people are being so harsh that they're just completely dismissing the show. And I don't think any of us diehard fans are ever going to do that. Not fully dismiss it. We can have our criticisms, but we're not going to just trash it like that. Yeah, there were some definite quality drop-offs. I have to agree with that. I as a diehard show fan, I hate to have to say that. I really don't like to, but I'm not going to glaze it and say that it was perfect when it wasn't. I'm going to be honest. Cole says, hey, Julie, what are your thoughts on all the ghostly figures? Do you think that Father Khatri, Jim, Bartender Guy, and Abby are all real ghosts or just the same entity trying to fool everyone? My feelings and thoughts on this have evolved. I used to think that they were projections of the evil entity or potentially the Boy in White, ghost entities that are separate unto themselves. Now I'm starting to think that they're the real spirits. Season 4 made me start to think they're the real spirits, and that Abby is being forced to torment Boyd by the Man in Yellow, that he broke her while she was alive, and so she was forced as part of the rules of this game to torment Boyd as a ghost entity, that she has no choice in the matter. That's just my current theory on that. I think Father Khatri is working for the Boy in White team I think he's the real spirit being sent by the boy in white. But I'm also open to the theory that these entities are actually either the boy in white or the man in yellow in the flesh. Like, I'm open to that theory too. The boy in white could actually take the form of Ghost Khatri and come visit Boyd. It's either that or they're working on the same team, because they definitely seemed like their goals aligned. They were both trying to urge them to take action before it's too late. They both said, you're running out of time. So it seems like their goals aligned. And bartender guy, Tom, I think Tom, I'd still look at him sideways. I think he may have been tricked into working for the man in yellow side of things when he visited Jade, the last time he visited Jade. Some of the stuff he said, I did not trust. He tried to convince Jade that the numbers in the bottle trees didn't mean anything, that he should just blow them off. And it turned out they meant everything. They led to the song that triggered Jade and Tabitha's memories to come back. So I think he may have gotten tricked by the man in yellow entity into telling Jade that this is bullshit. Because Tom always was a skeptic. Either that, or honestly, he could just be being skeptic Tom. Like, if you look at it that way, and he's the real spirit of Tom. Tom was always a skeptic and a negative guy. Didn't think that there was a way out. And what would Tom, the real Tom, have said? He probably would have said that the numbers in those bottle trees probably don't even mean anything. So it could just be that, honestly. So the more I think about it, I think that they're most likely to be the real spirits. And thanks, Samuel. Karl is in the process of getting one of his daily treatments as we speak. So he's streaming at the same time. He's that much of a good sport. I wouldn't blame him if he didn't want to join the stream at all. I would be in a bad mood and not even want to. MG says, hope both you, Julie, and Karl are doing well, or as well as possible. Well, thank you so much. It's been a week from hell, to be perfectly honest, but we're hanging in there as much as we can, and we needed some escapism therapy tonight. That's why we decided to do this stream. Darrell says, my theory is that the people who died in Fromland are the secret fairies that Ethan talked about. Yeah, it could be. The secret fairies are coming from the Lake of Tears to heal Norman. Maybe the people who die there are all at the Lake of Tears. And those are the secret fairies. I've heard that theory going around, that the people who die there are at the Lake of Tears, or in some manner, It's possible. We're going to hear something about someone has to represent those secret fairies, for sure. And some people tie it directly to the Fae theory, too. And hey, Wendy, there are no more talismans, so none of that letting them in stuff with Ellis and Fatima. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. The talismans are gone. So, yeah, that would have been, it's too bad. That's a wasted opportunity for Ellis to be tempted to let Fatima in. But, yeah, now without, actually, no, there's one more talisman. There's one more. Jade and Tabitha have a talisman in the tunnels. So Sophia's going to have to somehow wrangle that away from them, because they still have it. They had one down there. They had one that kept the monsters out, although, wait a minute. That may have gotten left behind now that I think about it. I bet they don't have it. Think about it, guys. Everyone is saying Jade and Tabitha have a talisman because they were in the tunnels with one. Where was that talisman when they left the chamber? It was hanging up where the tarp was. As soon as the tree was pulled out of the ground, let me pull up some images while I'm talking, so we're not just looking at this. But as soon as the tree was pulled out of the ground, the monsters opened up the tarp, knocking the talisman down. All hell broke loose, And what happened? They wound up running for their lives through a brand new open passageway that happened, that appeared because of an earthquake. So they don't have that talisman. I bet you they do not have that talisman, and it got left behind in the cave. I doubt it. We can go back and watch that scene really closely, but I highly doubt the two of them sequester themselves on the other side of the chamber from where the monsters were. I highly doubt they went back over there and somehow grabbed the talisman before they ran away. They never would have gotten close enough. So I don't think they have the talisman. So I'm with Darrell that there are no more talismans left. That's it. I think that would have been the last one. And if they had that one, then everybody could have sequestered themselves in Colony House together.
What about the one in that little shack? Did Boyd go and get that one already? You remember how he gave it to Fatima to go hide? Did they ever get that one again from that little shack?
We never saw that happen. If he did, it happened off screen, which could have been, if they were smart, they would have gone back to get that because they only have a total of 12 talismans. So my guess is, that's a good point. My guess is they probably went back to get that. That was the plan when they were going to have Fatima stay out there overnight. I bet you they got that back. That would be my guess. And I think it's going to be way more dramatic if there are no talismans left versus everybody hunkered down in this giant ass house that can easily fit everyone in town. I mean, yes, it would be cramped, sure, but they could fit everybody in town so that they'd at least be able to sleep through the night. But imagine the chaos if they don't even have a single talisman. Darrell says seasons 3 and 4 gave us lots of answers, so they have a very good head start. I think so too. I didn't prepare like all, to list all the answers tonight. Maybe for the next From stream, I'll prepare a whole list of all the answers that we got, and we'll go through them all just to prove to people that we did get answers. And we'll go through all the answers from both seasons, 3 and 4, because we got a lot during both of those. So for people who don't think we got any, we'll list them all. Darrell listed like 10 of them from season 4 in the chat last stream. Darrell was already on top of it. I wasn't even prepared to do that yet. AMA answered a bunch too. Eloise is apparently dead. R.I.P. Eloise. Yeah, that blows. That blows. Boo, indeed. I second that, MG. That sucks. She's dead, so we can stop theorizing about it. There are some people who are still holding out hope that they're lying somehow, or that this means a twist is coming where Eloise will get revealed at the Lake of Tears and the rest of the dead will come back through the Lake of Tears, and it'll be Abby who was Eloise. And MG, well, that would confirm your theory if that happens. Martin was talking about that in the chat last stream. Like, was it Martin or somebody else? I forget, but somebody was talking like that. Like, Abby will get revealed as Eloise at the Lake of Tears when she comes back to life. But I personally think that if they have the dead come back to life, everybody who died comes back at the end. I think that would cheapen all of the emotional impact of the deaths. So I don't see them bringing everybody back to life at the Lake of Tears at the end, but that's just my opinion. So I think we're done with Eloise. I'm not going to theorize about her anymore. I've wasted enough time on that already, and it pisses me off, so I'm done with Eloise. Tony is going back to, because of this, he's going back to his theory that Eloise was reincarnated as Sarah, but I think we got an answer to whether or not everyone was reincarnated or not through the writing of season 4, when a red shirt asked Jade, does this mean, no, I think it was Bacta. She said, does this mean all of us were reincarnated because you two are? And Jade said, no, we don't think so. That's the writers telling us that nobody else was reincarnated but Jade and Tabitha, if you ask me. So it's a cool theory. I like the idea of Sarah being Eloise reincarnated. It's better than her being dead. So I like Tony's theory, but I just don't see it. I don't think the writers are going in that direction because of that line in season 4, Plus, it just makes more sense that only the two Chromonocles, the two people who have been there since the beginning, are reincarnated, and not randomly Eloise is also reincarnated. I don't know why she would be. Like, why wouldn't others be then if that's the case? Kind of becomes a slippery slope, I think. So, hey, Chili outside. What is your favorite From episode? Favorite From episode? That's a tough one. There have been so many great episodes. I'd have to go back to season 1 because season 1 was the best. I feel season 1 was the strongest of all 4 easily. And so, I mean, damn, it's tough. It's tough to pick one out of even. There's so many great ones in season 1.
I thought you would have picked the one that confirmed your reincarnation theory.
Oh, that one was a great moment for me for sure. But yeah, if I were going based on just, my own ego, like I'd probably say the episode that confirmed my reincarnation theory was right, which was the season 3 finale. I'm definitely, even though I could go all ego, ridiculous and say the season 4 finale is my favorite because my favorite episode because that confirmed my overall theory for the whole show, which is that there's a game going on between the boy in white and the man in yellow entity. And I feel like I have a bit more claim on that theory than I did the reincarnation one because a lot more people had that theory than the man in yellow versus boy in white game theory. I know I'm not the only one who had that one either, but I feel like less people had that theory. So I feel like I can claim it a little bit more. And I developed it right after season 3, so it was a long time ago. But I'm not going to go in any kind of way say the season 4 finale was the best episode of From. It had a personal high moment for me to have my theory confirmed like that. That was a great moment, but I'm not going to call that even one of the best in any kind of way. As far as the best episode, a lot of people say the Colony House Massacre one, and I'd say that's one of the best, but that's not really my favorite. I like the lore heavy episodes. I think I'll always enjoy the first episode of From the most of all. The very first ever episode of From. It feels very Twilight Zone. That I think that'll always be my personal favorite, and it set the whole mystery in motion. And there's so many clues to the overall mystery embedded, very carefully embedded in that episode. So I'll go with that. I also really enjoyed, as far as lore building episodes, A Rock and a Faraway, which is season 1, episode 4, where we first learned about the faraway trees and the massacre of the 70s. But let us know what you guys think about that, your favorite episodes. Darrell says From is the type of show that's going to get lots of criticism because it introduces mysteries throughout the show and won't answer everything before the final season. Right, and in the end, they won't answer everything, literally everything. So it's always going to get a lot of criticism. Anyway. Wendy says, mine is the episode where Victor met his father for the first time. That's definitely a tearjerker one. That was a beautiful one. And we know Darrell's is the Boyd flashback episode to when he arrived, season 1, episode 8. Darrell says, I always knew From would get more popular because of how good it is, and also knew it would come with a lot of complaints. My prediction was right, of course. Of course. Linkable. So, wait, what link was that Saggy Star dropped here? I'm not sure what that was. Oh, I think that it might be like the.
I think that's when your Cashapp and all that. She dropped those links. I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. It's right. Thank you again. Thank you again for all this support, Saggy, and to support via PayPal. There's a direct link right there in the chat. Another way to donate. Thank you so much, Saggy Star. Um, Saggy Star says, this season wasn't my favorite, but then I realized how many people just jump off the hate train that haven't been here since day one or as close as day one. So I hopped off the train of hate. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, it wasn't my favorite either, but we're I haven't been here since day one, but I've been here long enough that I'm really attached to this show, and it's my favorite show, and I'm never gonna hate it. Now, in a few minutes, I'm gonna try to get through and just say hi to everybody who I haven't said hi to yet, anybody I've missed, and then I'll put up the link for anyone who wants to join the panel and continue to highlight comments. But just in case we get a call in right away, I want to make sure I just greet everybody who I haven't already said hi to first. So just give me a few minutes. I haven't forgotten. I am going to post the link. Let's see. I'm going to post that link. MG says, disappointed they did fuck all with Randall's ongoing cicada hallucination story arc. Like it was an immediate and present danger at the end of season 3 and then dropped like it never happened. Yeah, pretty much. I feel like I said earlier, I think they just swapped Randall and Marielle's screen time, and they developed his cicada hallucination thing, and now they decided, okay, now we need to give Marielle that screen time to develop her cicada coma after effects. And the chains and the screaming she heard of all the people who ever died there. They needed to close her plot hole and develop what the hell happened to her so that they could kill her off without leaving that plot hole. So, but I still think that they could have done more. I mean, I think Randall is done with the cicadas, and I think it's probably because Smiley was reborn. Did we see Randall have a single cicada issue in all of season 4? I'm trying to remember, and I don't think we saw him have a single solitary cicada problem in season 4, even in the beginning when we were still seeing him. I think it's done because Smiley's back. The hallucinations, I think the cicadas kind of represented Smiley's essence that was kind of out there in the ether. The cicadas basically were Smiley's soul because he can't die. He died, the cicadas came out of his body, and he can't actually die. They're immortal. So that's my theory on that. They were kind of out there in the ether, and while Fatima was pregnant with the Smiley pod, Randall, at first he could still see them, and then he couldn't see them anymore. He could only hear them when she got more pregnant. And once she gave birth, the cicadas stopped. So I feel like they should have at least tried to explore that on the show, so maybe we would get the message like, oh, that's why it stopped. That's why it stopped, because Smiley was reborn, so now the cicadas are gone. Just my headcanon on that, and my theory that may never even be proven or explained. Hey, Bill Chill. Oh, this is interesting. Lucas saw a recent interview with Harold where he said Patty was originally supposed to die in the van scene in the finale, but they decided too much death would take away from the main ones. Well, that's dumb. We would have cheered for that. I mean, we would have been like, hell yeah, die, bitch. You're annoying. That's what everybody wanted. Everyone in the watch party chat was like, kick her out of the car, shove her out of the car. It would have been just a great moment, and then let's move on. Like, not to be mean or dark, but she was really annoying and a distraction, and it would have been better just to get rid of her. And it wouldn't have overshadowed the main deaths at all. If anything, they need more deaths. They need to up the body count because they need to show that the stakes are real. Hey, Dave Dorff. Dave Dorford, they begin filming July 27th. Oh, that's a lot later. Abdul says, I'm going to rewatch season 1 again, but I think bartender Tom was the man in yellow. He took Tabitha to the tool shed and knew she would be digging a hole, and Tom didn't help with the tower since he knew it was going to fail. That's why a lot of people thought Tom was a mole back then. But then he died and the mole theories went away. So, I don't know. My opinion, I don't think the man in yellow showed up until the end of season 3. I don't think we saw him until the end of season 3, but you never know. I mean, we know that he shapeshifts, so it's not impossible. But it felt to me like he was released from somewhere and he couldn't emerge physically until somebody played the song. But you never know. So Dave also wants to know about the bones in the root cellar. Feel like it doesn't get talked about. Nobody had a great theory on those that I've heard yet. The bones in the root cellar, yeah, the skeleton. The skeleton. We can't let that get forgotten about. Like they have to explain that. There are a lot of things. There are a lot of unanswered questions. Are they going to get to all of them? Whose skeleton was that? I don't think it was one of Jade's past lives. I don't think it was Christopher. Not enough screen time. Bacta, Clara, Sarah, Man in Yellow, Doug, Randall, the Golem. I agree with all of those except Bacta, who I don't really care about. And Clara, I don't think she's a good enough actress to really warrant giving screen time to. But Sarah, yes, Sarah needed more screen time. Doug needed way the hell more screen time, and Randall, and absolutely the Golem. The Golem was a big, giant letdown. I cannot believe it didn't come to life. Like, how did it not come to life? They just completely abandoned that. But like, just to point out what I was saying earlier, the talisman, I think they're probably going to have had to have left that behind. See, here was the talisman. It was hanging on the tarp, and then they brushed aside the talisman. I mean the tarp, as soon as the hole appeared. So here it is. There goes the tarp. Talisman must have fallen on the ground.
There's no way they would have got it. It's still the monsters have it.
Yeah. So I say there are no talismans. That's it. No more talismans. They were on the other side from where the monsters were. And they never could have gotten back over there.
Unless Clara saved one for herself,
Oh. Hey, that's possible.
Maybe she hedged your bet a little bit, and then it'll come out later, and it'll maybe save some people. That'd be a good writing, like a drama, like, oh no, we're stuck, and then Clara's like, here,
That's a great idea, actually.
Yeah.
If she has any brains, that's what she'll do. That's what she did. Because there's no way in hell Sophia, Man in Yellow, is actually going to send her home. Does anybody think she's really going to send Clara home? Because I don't.
Yeah, send her home in a box. A rather large box, but a box.
Yeah. A rather large box, but a box. Yeah, she's not going home. She'll get double crossed just like everybody else. Like Sarah, who was promised that everybody would get to go home. Elgen was promised everyone would get to go home. Of course, she's not going to send Clara home. So if Clara has any brains at all, and I'm not sure that she does, hopefully she saved a talisman and she'll realize her mistake and whip it out, and then they can use it at some point. Okay. So Jay says, will the bonus become the new replacement for the talismans, or do they only protect Tabitha and Jade? Oh, the bones. I think they only would protect, if they even do protect them, I'd say they only protect Tabitha and Jade. So yeah, they're screwed without those talismans. Big time, my opinion. But
They better start digging holes.
Yeah, start digging holes. Get ahead of it. I think the body count is gonna rise a lot in season 5. Um, hey there, JW. Welcome. Hey, Skylar the writer. For every one thing from pays off, 5 new mysteries get thrown out. I'm tired. I understand the feeling. I understand it's a frustrating thing to follow this show sometimes. It is. You get invested and you want to see those answers. But don't give up. Don't give up on the show. Don't get caught up in the torches and pitchforks with the mob right now and just be done with it. We got to see it through to the end. Let's give them a chance to at least answer the biggest questions in the final season and solve the mystery, show us the mystery reveal in a satisfying way. Hey, the molten fetus. The fetus is here to support from within. How's it going, Fromily? How's it going for you? That's funny. Hey, Shadow Skulk. Hello to you. Hope you're doing as well as you can tonight and exercising good self-care, Shadow. And hey, Kelly. Nice to see you. Hey, David. Boy in White and Man in Yellow powers seem to mirror each other. Man in Yellow can take the forms of the dead, so I believe the mentors are all apparitions from the Boy in White for now. Yeah, it could be. So if their powers mirror each other a bit, then so maybe the Boy in White can do something similar. I wonder, though, if it's actual shape-shifting, like physical shape-shifting, or if the Boy in White is like potentially turning himself into other forms. Like, why is it so hot in here? Oh, let me see. David, that's a solid theory, I would say. And either that or the spirits are actually spirits of those people. Jay says if the nightmare creatures can't die, then neither can Fatima. Fatima can't be killed by the nightmare creatures. I would say yes, absolutely. She can't be killed now. I think she's now one of the immortal creatures. I mean, her pulse is already like medically dead. So yeah. Jen says, wishing you nothing but health, peace, love, and happiness, Julie and Karl. Aw, very sweet of you, Jen. Thank you so much for the well wishes for us. we could definitely use them. Like,
no kidding. Thank you.
I could use the manifestation theories on From to be real right about now, because this group of people would manifest positive things for us easily. Oldorf thinks there's one talisman left. Okay. MG thinks they might still have 1 to 3 talismans, maybe. We don't know which. Yeah, that's a big. I think, you know something, Karl? You're onto something with what I think that you're going to be right. And Clara kept a talisman for herself because I think there's a reason. Like MG said, we don't know which exact ones Clara got, and I think there's a reason they didn't show us Clara collecting the talismans. Right. We don't know if she went and got them all.
Right.
You know, she just showed up with a bag of talismans. We have no idea which ones she got. She could have easily missed one. I mean, unless Sophia would check and count them all and then catch her. But Sophia is so arrogant and complacent. I bet she wouldn't even count. Just assume that her lackey Clara is going to do the right thing that she's supposed to do.
Right. She didn't even look in the bag. We didn't see her look in the bag at all.
No, we didn't see her look. She just said, like, good girl, took the bag.
and then
Yeah,
dumped down the faraway tree and smiled as they fell down.
yeah. Her complacency. I think the complacency of the entity could be its downfall. The arrogance. Um, do we know? Do we really know how many there are and how many she got or didn't get? How do we know? Does anyone here in the chat know how we came to this idea that there are 12 talismans? Because I can't remember. Maybe someone remembers here how we got that number 12.
And does everyone know about the door in the basement? Did they talk about that in the town meeting? And if
Mm,
so, if people don't know about that door, they don't necessarily know about the fact that there's a talisman on it.
right, right. So yeah, they definitely didn't talk about it at the meeting that we saw unless it was off screen. So I wonder. Yeah, it's possible Clara didn't know that that talisman was down there. That's a
Mhm.
possibility.
And then if I were her, knowing that the man in yellow, the Sophia in yellow, is evil, you obviously pocket one of those. If she doesn't, if she all of a sudden counts, then you could be like, oh wait, here's another one. But if she doesn't count, then cool, you got one for yourself.
Right. Exactly. It makes total sense to me. Um, she's dumb and she's afraid of Sophia so much that who knows, but I'm gonna go with that idea for now. That she kept one. And Missy said the one in the clinic. Yeah, the one in the clinic is not where it was supposed to be, so they could have missed that one because they took it out of the room where it normally is, and they tried to use it against Smiley in a back room, and Smiley got in. So it might still be in the clinic somewhere, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sophia went and found that one. She was going all over town and collecting them. Jen doesn't think all the talismans are gone. They definitely have another, or the one on the colony house basement door. Yeah, I think they'll probably wind up having one, so that it's not total chaos right out of the gate, and they can do some more things like Julie story walking. CG says, what if the talismans are taken by Sophia to be put back where Boyd found them to be found again? And what if Ellis joins Fatima to sacrifice himself and to help save everyone? Yeah, I've heard that theory, and I've thought of that too, that maybe it's an endless loop, that the talismans taken by Sophia went through the faraway tree, went back in time, and then they're back in the talisman hut where Boyd finds them in the past. So another weird timey-wimey loop. It could be. I tend to think that's the way this show is. That's probably another time loop situation, like the bootstrap paradox with the throwing of the rope to Boyd. So makes
Yeah, but
sense.
who's gonna put them on the wall like where Boyd found them? Somebody has to do that because they go through the faraway tree and they land perfectly on the in alphabetical order like they were before.
Yeah, that's a problem with that theory.
Hmm.
They wouldn't just appear there on the wall. So somebody would have to actually do it. I don't know who would have done that. So yeah, I don't know. Probably not in that case. Sophia is not going to be going and doing that. You know, um, is Fatima going to become the leader of the nightmare creatures since she has the man in yellow's blood, or do all the nightmare creatures have man in yellow's blood in them? Is Fatima's belly full of bile now? So many questions. So many questions come with this. I mean, she's a full-on nightmare creature now, I think. She's almost. Her face looked all fucked, I think, because she's still a little bit human. That's why it was asymmetrical. All right. So um that's why her face was not, it didn't match. Like one of her nostrils is up there and one is down low like her real nose was, and one of her eyes looks like the other nightmare creatures when they transform, and the other is still lower, like her regular eye was. So that shows that maybe that she's still a little bit human, not 100% nightmare creature just yet, but she's down there with them, and I don't think she can be killed by them yet. But is she going to become the leader? I don't know. It's an interesting question. It's possible. It's possible, but I doubt it. I doubt it just because I don't think they have a leader. I think they're all kind of on the same pecking order. Even Smiley, he's not really the leader. He's just the most popular among the fans. Do all the and I don't think all of them have the Man in Yellow's blood, but maybe some of them, like Jasmine Monster, maybe she was a person who also carried a monster and was turned into this, and not one of the people who sacrificed their kid in the in the origin story. Someone must have gone through what Fatima has before, and probably Jasmine. She said it wasn't my choice to be this way, and she looked like she almost felt remorseful about being forced to kill Kevin. There was a tiny ounce of humanity in her face for a moment. Thank you, Kelly, for the well wishes. Appreciate that for both of us. Hey, Demo. I'm just going through to see if I missed anybody, and I'll throw the link up for anyone who wants to join the panel and talk theories. Hey, Diz Guy Explorers. And Skylar, I agree that they should have showed Eloise's death on screen. They pumped her up for like 2 seasons only to address her fate in a Reddit AMA. Yeah, that was lame. I still love the show and the writers too, but that was 100% lame. Completely. Let's see. How do I say this? Atia Joy, welcome. Jay thinks everyone has to come back in the end because that's what Lost did. Therefore, they must continue following the blueprint. The game thing is very Lost. Boy in white, man in yellow playing a game. It's very, very Lost. There are 2 entities in Lost who also do that. I won't go into too much detail because I don't want to spoil Lost for people, but we'll do a Lost stream where we go into that in detail before too long. Right now, things need to settle down a bit because I'm going to be covering Silo juggling from streams while it's still a hot topic. So when things settle down, I think like in a month, that would be a good time to do a Lost stream. Definitely want to do that. And it's going to be more relevant than ever to talk from and Lost parallels now after that reveal. Hey, Ledness, if I didn't already say it, maybe I'm repeating myself. Season. Oh, that is a great episode, Darrell. How could I forget that one? Thinking of favorite episodes, season 1, episode 3, the escape room episode with Jade. Oh yeah, that one's definitely one of my favorites. When I first watched it, I found it overshadowed by the Frank sadness, though. Frank putting himself in the box and thinking about his dead family. But now I'm able to kind of block that out. I'm used to it when I rewatch it, and I just enjoy the Jade hilarity. Bill's favorite is the Colony House Massacre one. Oh yeah, it's an excellent episode. Hey, 18 Benjamin Williams. Hey, with Alice. Adorned by Charisse. I love From and can't get enough, but it does get on my nerves sometimes. Yeah, it gets on everyone's nerves, even if you're a big fan of the show. It definitely is something that can cause frustration, even when we love it. Bill says, I'm a day one, and I give From some grace. We got the good stuff this season. There, I said something nice. We got some good stuff this season. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, there's still nice things we could say about it. I enjoyed a lot about this season, actually. Um, Samuel thinks not enough death this season. Guess they're saving the rip each other apart stuff for the final season. Right. I mean, there definitely wasn't a lot of death. I think they were metaphorically tearing themselves apart and each other. I think it was more metaphorical. Like they were fighting a lot. There was a lot of fighting. In one episode, it was just nonstop. Everybody was fighting. And they were tearing themselves apart in various ways too. Just, everyone struggling internally. Mattia says, age-wise, I'm confused why people think Sarah is Eloise. Patty would make more sense, especially with her interaction with Henry. I think it's a reincarnation thing. Either that or time travel. Those would be the only ways it would work. So it would be like that. It would be a reincarnation twist or time travel. Like somehow, yeah, she spent some time somewhere else. I don't know. I don't think it's Sarah, personally. Welcome to Paradise says Fatima was the golem. That's the entire point. She is the monster created by the town to protect the town, who will probably end up as a full monster sometime in season 5. Well, if they're going for a metaphor, then I think that works. Fatima was the golem, that she'll protect the town at first. She'll be able to still protect them even now a few times, but then when she fully turns, that's it. That'll be like the golem running amok. Like eventually golems tend to run amok. And so it could wind up just being a metaphor.
That's whack.
You think it should have been a literal golem though, right?
Of course.
Yeah. I think it would have been better if it were a literal golem, since they spent multiple scenes showing her still building the thing. They did multiple scenes of her still building this thing, and sometimes it felt like they were just checking in to remind us about the golem. So it seemed like a certainty that it was going to come to life.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, by the way, can you check the private chat when you get a moment?
Oh, sure. Chili, I don't think they'll ever revisit the cave drawing. I think that's buried. I think that's buried under the house and will stay that way. So I think they're going to be buried and stay that way, but we'll always remember those cave drawings and theorize about what it meant. And in the end, I think it'll be a lot clearer what it meant symbolically. Chili, I was also excited to see the Man in Yellow. I had no idea Sophia would be so prominent going into the season. I mean, once season 1 began, once the premiere episode started, it was like, okay, I guess we're done with Doug for a while, and we won't see much of him, and that's what wound up happening. But before season 1, episode 1, nobody expected that. We knew that Sophia was going to be a main character, but we had no idea she was going to replace the Man in Yellow. But I think there's hope. In season 5, I think she could shift back into the Man in Yellow, and that'll be great if that happens. Guns N' Roses thinks, I think there's still one in the basement. So could be. Yep. Fatima will walk out of the tunnels with the talismans Tabitha and Jade left behind. Oh, that's possible. Maybe she'll retrieve that one. Leave it out there. Leave it for them somewhere. That's possible. Thank you, Alice, for the well wishes for Karl. Leanne says, hi, Julie. Hopefully Clara hid some. The Man in Yellow is trusting her. She isn't getting out of from, I'm sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Wind Whisper says, I don't know, I have a bad feeling that this will end with no ending but a continuous cycle. Right? I mean, I hope not. That would be a really nihilistic, futile ending. What was the point of watching them struggle all this way if it ends like that? Let's see. Wolfintestine? Wait, Wolfenstein? Wolfenstein. Not Wolfintestine. They should show some flashback and tell the origin of this place in season 5, or you want a totally different show for it. Yeah, I think they will. Ultimately, they're going to show some flashback to the origin story. And I'd like to see, that would be a cool spin-off too, to give us more information. They'll at least do a flashback. That's my prediction. TCP says when the Matthews had to pick where they wanted to stay, I think they said it there. Let's see. They said, I forget what that was about. When they had to pick where they had to stay. Oh, the 12 talismans. Okay, that there were 12 talismans. The people who make the show said there were 12 talismans, Darrell said. Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering where that came from. Hey, Choco Beauty. Yeah, thank you guys for answering that. Wind Whisper says, I don't think the talisman means anything anymore, depending on cycle. Okay. Yeah, pretty much. Maybe, I mean, I think they meant something up to now, and they were magic, and now they're gone. Or most of them, at least. Kim says, do we really think Clara walked her butt all the way to the peach truck to get the talisman there? That's a good question. I don't think there is one in the peach truck, though. Victor said he didn't have one there. Boyd brought one that night, and that's the only reason they had one, and when they left, they took it with them. So I don't think there is one in the peach truck. Sure the God says, still a talisman in the cave. Yes, and maybe Fatima will walk that out there while she's still part human. This weird symmetrical face, I think, is a clue that she could still do something to help them. And when she first started to transform, it was even more apparent that she's not fully turned yet. One eye was still more human, and then there was the creature eye. One creature nostril, one regular. It was all weird and asymmetrical. And even when her face finished transforming, it was still not symmetrical. Okay. Let's see, just hitting any other names I missed, and then I'll put the link up if anyone wants to call in and talk theories. Cameron says, super off topic. I'm sorry, but I just don't understand how Kenny never brought up how all the monsters were standing in front of the doors. They were clearly tipped off. Why didn't he say anything? Yeah, they really should have. That's a great point. That is a great point. Like, you know, we could go through and just like keep track, make a list of all the things that they kind of dropped. All the ways that Sophia was obvious and that nobody questioned. So the monsters in front of the doors, yeah, they should have been like, well, clearly somebody tipped them off.
New person in town, and then all of a sudden all our plans are coming out sideways. It should be pretty obvious. It at the very least, it should be like, you know, scratching their chins and saying, who could it be?
Right. They should have been. They absolutely should have been. And forget, I do know that they've noticed that this place always seems to be a few steps ahead of them. So maybe they weren't surprised. Like the night of the ambulance, the night when the ambulance arrived, the monsters changed their routine. They knew the ambulance was coming somehow, and one of them lay in the street to lure the EMTs out of the ambulance. And that was before Sophia ever came to town. Somehow the place knew something was going to be different that night, and it was ahead of them. Let's see, Leanne. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but hey there. From is a game, and the two stories Ethan brought in are the instruction manual, in my opinion. That's a really interesting way to put it. I like that. I mean, I've been saying that it can kind of function as both a game and a story. In some ways, it is kind of a story and a game, but the stories could be like an instruction manual to the game. That does make a lot of sense. Now we know there's a game going on between the two entities. It was confirmed. So, that could be. That very well could be. Welcome to Paradise is precisely. They basically just used it as a bait and switch to basically reveal she is said Gollum. Oh, okay. Yeah, I find it kind of a letdown. I wish they had actually had the Gollum come to life. And at this point, there's no way that thing's coming to life. It's done.
Yeah.
Don't you think, Karl?
Yeah, I think so. And if they flip it like that, the only way that pays off and is not as disappointing is if we see her actively helping the town, before she quote unquote fully turns or is like a Gollum and sort of turns on the town or the people that she's trying to protect. That's the only way that could pay off, is if in next season there she is like, hey, yo, watch out. She'll go up to the diner and like knock. Oh, let me just tell you guys something. Blah, 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 blah,
Right. Yeah. I think she could actually do some things to help in the beginning, like maybe bring that one talisman out of the cave. That's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Devious J says, it was cool that I was right about it being a game. It felt very game-ish. This coming from a guy who loves board games. Yeah. So, I know, a lot of, there were like game theories in general. I wonder if you like had the idea of it also being between the boy in white and man in yellow, because that's less common, but I'm sure other people have thought of it, because I mean, those are the two, they seem like the two main entities.
You right, though, being like a more of a chess match, and similar to Lost, and being sort of like backgammon or that other one, that Egyptian one that I forgot the name of at the moment. Whereas I was way off with the whole shoots and ladders,
Yeah. It does seem like a chess game. Right? Like it functions a lot like a chess game. They have a lot of chess references, and they plan several moves ahead, like like the chess the chess move that the monsters blocked Kenny from getting in any of those buildings, that kind of thing. That was a chess move. So it's very much like a chess game, and that's why chess keeps coming up again and again. And so that's been my theory for like a year and a half since I put out the videos breaking down that theory. And I wonder how many other people theorize that those two entities could be playing a game. Wolf says this is like a story game like Telltale. There is only one right pattern to get the happy ending, I guess. Yeah, I mean, maybe so. Maybe it's just like a story. So a story game that could explain, how it's both a game and a story. I could see that.
The like choose your own adventure. That's how the Telltale games are. You have to watch. You have to walk a relatively. You have to make the right choices. Not 100%, but you know, a lot of times it's like, you know, press Y for doubt, you know, or or you make you trust this person or don't trust this person, and then you either like get your head chopped off or keep going.
Right. Oh, I never heard of Telltale. I know Choose Your Own Adventure, but not Telltale. Okay.
It's basically the same thing, just a
Okay.
game version of it versus the. I remember I would read there was some GI Joe adventure. You know, choose. You know, should you go down this cave or should you, you know, do this? You know, it's like, oh, Cobra Commander captured you. Oh fuck, you know, like that.
Right. Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Uh, I've read Choose Your Own Adventure books, so maybe
Choose this, turn to page such and such. Choose that, turn to page so and so. Right.
exactly. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that can be fun. Although I kind of like just a definitive. This is the story, and the fact that it was in flux like that kind of bothered me. Um, but it is a lot like a choose your own adventure type of situation in the show,
Mm-hmm.
for the characters. And I think depending on where they go in the woods, they can unlock different threats that are out there, like a choose your own adventure type of thing. Um,
Mm-hmm. It
like
may. Oh,
Boyd,
sorry.
like Boyd brought back the cicada entity to town in one part of the woods, and in another part of the woods, they unlocked the ragdoll monsters. What were you
Right.
gonna say?
I was gonna say kind of like what I think I don't know if it was me and you talking about it or whether it wholly came from you that maybe eventually they'll get on a boat and get out of that area, but then end up in a different area from a area that they haven't explored, and they'll be safe potentially, like put some distance between them and the monsters, but then they'll run into some other shit like, oh, what the hell is this, you know, there's like rock trolls over here or something, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like that's what it's probably like in the woods. Um, Depending on where they go, there have to be different entities out there that we haven't seen. Like they just have to explore more, and that's one of my hopes and predictions for season 5, that they explore the woods more, and as they look for the Lake of Tears, and they show us some of the other entities worse than the monsters that are supposed to be out there. We need to see them before the show ends. I really hope for that to actually pay off. Um, And no, MG, I did not get that DM. I've been kind of behind on my DMs, especially Facebook. I miss a lot of Facebook stuff. So I will absolutely take a look at those Facebook DMs. So seems like they're building in some Dr. Mabuse characteristics and behaviors. Okay. Dr. Mabuse is the great manipulator and game player. He likes to play games and to manipulate people like he's playing games. No, that's very much like Sophia, where she said that she loves playing games. She's playing so many right now, so that definitely seems to tracks with her character. And hey, Sven Silver, that's a new name I haven't seen before, to my recollection. Welcome. Sophia's actress said she got to work with animals in the season. I don't remember seeing her really working with any on screen. She must have been, the only thing I can think of is must have been referring to the one time that she walked into the barnyard past the barn animals and like looked through the eggs to find a fertilized one. She didn't actually interact with the animals, but maybe like she's talking about behind the scenes, she got to hang out with the animals. Must have been.
Unless she's talking about some of the other actors.
Maybe some of the other actors. Hey, Island Aquatics, an ancient game. Yeah. Yep. Um, Wolf says choice-based video game where you choose action and story shape up by given choices. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of video game feeling like elements to this whole thing, like the going around in a circle in the town. You just loop back around, and like the talismans and the way they work and the way they were found. It was like a power up, that kind of thing. Welcome to Theory Crafting and Analysis 3303. Darrell says the golem just feels like it was more prominent in the season because we talked about it a lot. Yeah, we talked about it a lot. It wasn't super prominent, but the way they kept returning to it, it's frustrating to me. They kept returning to it to check in with it. Like, don't worry, guys, it'll pay off. It'll pay off. So just be patient. And it didn't literally pay off. Maybe we'll have a metaphorical payoff. And you're welcome, Sven. Always watch you just first time in the chat. Well, welcome to the chat. Always cool to see people who haven't joined actually say something and let us know you're here. Even if, it's not your thing or you can't because you're working or whatever. It's cool just to see the people who are listening pop in and at least say hi. And some people go from lurkers to regular contributors, and some in very rare cases from lurkers to co-hosts to even more than co-hosts, like Karl here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Started off as a lurker here.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not. Yeah, life is wild sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I send it all the way to the top.
All the way to the top, that's for sure. Bill says I'm new here and a lurker.
I can imagine Bill Chill lurking, but him being new, I don't think so. I don't buy that.
No. So you've been around a long time. If it's just, then who is king, queen, knight, and bishop? Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the two most important pieces on the board would have to be Jade and Tabitha, I would think. Would that be king and queen? I guess. King and queen would be Jade and Tabitha.
Well,
And
maybe they would be either white or depending on what side, right? White or black of the chessboard, because then the man in yellow could be the king over there, and then his queen might be the ballerina entity or something.
Right.
The opposing side.
Right. Could be.
And the monsters are the pawns.
The monsters are the pawns. Could be like some of the people who have been manipulated, like Sarah and Elgen, are pawns as well. MG, yeah, Sophia says she's playing multiple games at once, and that meant she was manipulating multiple people in multiple ways. And I went in one of my videos, I broke down like in my latest video, my episode 9 breakdown. I went through all the different people she was manipulating, all the different games she was playing this whole season. Yeah, so it feels like they're kind of building some of the Man in Yellow's behavior based on Dr. Mabuse as kind of the great manipulator. Also, Mabuse can control machines, technology to manipulate people, e.g. the voice on the radio, the Thomas voice on the CB and telephone, jukeboxes, etc. Yeah, and this would explain why they had the Mabuse references in season 3 as foreshadowing for the emergence of the Man in Yellow being a similar type of game player character. So, makes sense to me. I'm with that. Hey, Amy, Pixie Vine TV. Nice to see you. And Leonie says, I think the golem Fatima made is more of a representation of her inner strength. I think although she physically turned into a monster, she may retain a certain humanity and help the others. Right, exactly. That's what they're probably going to wind up doing, I think. Yeah, Amy. Karl has a great laugh. He has a variety of different laughs too. Green Who says, I believe the recurring chess references is just referring that it's a game, not necessarily a chess game. I personally take it as not a literal game of chess to the point where we have to identify who all the pieces represent, but I look at it like it's a loose metaphor for the way chess works. Two people, two players. So man in yellow, boy in white, two players, and they're using the people like chess pieces. So it doesn't have to be like, okay, we've got to plot out who every piece correlates to. I think it's a loose metaphor. They're using the people and moving them around on the board like chess pieces, and sometimes taking them off the board, killing them off, or however, they have to do it. Turning Fatima into a monster, taking them off the board. So that's how I think it works like chess. And that's why chess keeps popping up again. That's why there are so many chess references. Now, let me, before it gets any later, I'll put up the link for anyone who wants to jump on and share theories, ideas, predictions, what have you. Let's see. I meant to do it at the hour mark. Sorry, the time got away from me. I now see that it's an hour and 46 minutes in. Oops. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to wait that long. We just get carried away with so many great ideas in the chat. Great conversation. Karl got that MSNBC laugh. I don't know what that means. What kind of MSNBC laugh? What are their laughs like? So I'm gonna go over to my YouTube tab so I can pin that link to the top.
Yeah, I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah. Let's see. Because I really don't know what their laughs sound like. I have no idea. Neither of us watch MSNBC, so I don't watch cable news. I don't watch any cable news, period. Okay, so there's the link. I'm going to pin it to the top so that you can easily find it. And Bill said, yes, it was meant as a compliment. So I figured it wouldn't, I mean, from Bill, it wouldn't have been anything negative. Wolf says, I'm talking about chess because of Jade. Recurring theme of killing, reincarnation of Jade, and new cycle begins. Right. So that's definitely happened all the time in every previous cycle. But not this time. I think Jade and Tabitha have plot armor through the series finale. Amy says you can tell what Karl's thinking with how he laughs. Nothing bad. Yeah, that's true. I would agree with that. Let me scroll up a little bit. Hey, Kaiser Bowl. Not new, lurking. So you're lurking tonight. Okay. Yeah, it's always cool to see who's here but lurking. You can always stop in and say hi. There's no shame in lurking. Even if, you can't chat or it's just not your thing, there's no shame at all. I just like to see who's here. And if you're somebody we don't even know, like where you're from, that's always cool to see. Let's see. Skylar, the writer, says, do you all think they'll solve the mystery by the end of the series? Or will they solve it but not win? If the latter, should the cycle continue? I think they will solve it by the end of the series. And they will win too. I just feel like anything else would be an exercise in futility. I guess you could have a dark ending where, you know, it really is Ethan as the sole survivor, but I just think that everything that they've done has been building up to winning in the end. All their sacrifices. This isn't a nihilistic story where they fail in the end and they lose. It just doesn't give me that vibe. There's always been a deep vein of hope running through this show, a sense of hope and inspiration, and, you know, uplifting speeches.
I think it'll be melancholy. We'll like maybe miss, you know, Boyd, who sacrificed himself as the Christ figure, and things like that. Like Fatima is a monster forever or something. I think it's going to be something like that. But a big chunk of people are going to get away. You know, they're going to get back to the real world, and the Man in Yellow will be defeated, or at the very least, he'll lose and not be able to be the trickster in this world or something. You know what I mean? I think it'll be something like that. A melancholy, like, oh man, that was messed up that so and so and so and so and so and so didn't make it, but everybody else did.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think we'll lose some really major characters in the series finale. That will make it, it'll make it a bittersweet victory, because we'll lose some real fan favorites in the very end. I don't think Boyd will make it out. He's got to be destined to sacrifice himself. Jade probably doesn't make it out. I think Jade, the fact that he told Tabitha he would sacrifice himself so that she could get out with the bones, and that her children deserve to go home. I think that's foreshadowing what will ultimately happen, that Jade will make the ultimate sacrifice in the end, and he will stay behind so that she can get out with her kids. I think, like, they're not both going to make it out. It'll be her with the kids, not him. And it will be the ultimate completion of a redemption arc for him, where he came in as an arrogant jackass in the very beginning, and in the end he'll go out a hero and sacrifice himself in the very end. So people who don't escape, probably Boyd, Jade, Randall. I don't see Victor ever making it out. I don't see Victor, sadly. I don't see Victor surviving outside of this place. He's too much a creature of this place now. He said this is his home. But if this place gets somehow obliterated and wiped out of existence, then I don't know. Like, either he dies then, or he would get out. I don't know. Do they kill Victor off the show, or does he actually escape? I'd prefer to see him escape. He could always, like, move in with the Matthews family, I guess. I don't think Henry's going to make it out. And there's no way Victor can make it on his own. Hey, Petty Gibbs. Stronger every day. Says, yes, I think the Quakes helped them. It was too on point. Hi, Julie. Hope you and Karl are well. Thank you. Hope you are well, too. We're hanging in there. Petty says, Man in Yellow didn't seem like losing would even be too bad. It is your if your replacement is here, you're gonna die. Right. Honestly, that we do have to wonder if he loses the game, maybe it's still a win-win situation for him. And if everyone escapes, he might escape too, out into the world with them. Can you imagine the horror that would come from that? So that could be another way to end the show, with a happy ending for our characters, but something really dark and a potential for a spin-off as to what would happen if the entity escapes into the world we know. I don't know. I prefer seeing this other dimension wherever it is rather than, the Man in Yellow in the real world, but it is definitely a fascinating prospect if they were to make a spin-off. Like, they could go in that direction. He seemed like he was almost excited by the idea of them digging up the bones, something different happening. But could that could just be his complacency? Like, well, we're gonna lose anyway. They're not gonna, like, she told Clara she wasn't worried about it because she thought that they were gonna do it wrong. She thought that they were gonna send a bunch of people down there, which was the original plan. So I think she was excited just to see them try and have their, build up their hope so that she could take it away. That's what this entity loves to do. Get people's hopes up and then take it away. So it could just be down to that. And it's not a matter of her being excited by the idea of losing so that she actually escapes with everyone else. But you never know. It's something we definitely have to consider, and something that the fandom has considered before. Something we have talked about before in live chats. What if losing? I remember talking about it in other people's live chats years ago. What if the evil entity gets out with everyone else if they escape? Darrell thinks that at the end of season 1, since Kenny and Christy talked about going to Iceland and Christy held Kenny's hand, I think at the end of season 5, Kenny and Christy will talk about going to Iceland and they hold hands and they get out. Well, that would be nice after all the horror that they've experienced. That would be cool to see.
And they'll meet Elle out there as well.
They'll do what?
They'll meet Elle from Stranger Things in Iceland.
Oh yeah. 11 from Stranger Things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a weird ending to that series. But
and they'll listen to Bjork's greatest hits.
Right. After all the horror that Kenny and Christy have endured there, Kenny losing both his parents and losing Christy to Marielle, and then Christy watching Marielle suffer from withdrawal and cicada coma effects and then dying, they deserve a happy ending. Kenny and Christy definitely deserve a happy ending. Hey, RCO. Bill says Victor did 12 hours in the slammer. Yeah, pretty much. Victor's done jail time now. He's ready to be on his own. He's a little less innocent, I guess. Darrell wants to see Jade and Tabby bang. Of course you do. A Jabitha shipper right here. I mean,
maybe Sarah will bang somebody there, Darrell. What do you think about that?
I think you would probably cry if that happened. He's her number one fan. But I think they were trying to give us a little bit of fuel for the Jade and Tabitha ship with the finale this season. The way that they banded together, Jade was willing to sacrifice himself for her. That was really something. Like, he protected her. He protected her. Like, he always had her like behind him, shielding her. And he was willing to have her, like, his plan was to sacrifice himself, to have her take the bones and leave when they thought that they were going to be able to do that, go up the ladder. And they didn't realize that the monsters would not be able to step into the light. So Jade was fully planning on sacrificing himself. Oh, we've got Jen here. Let me add you to the stage. Hey, Jen.
Holy crap. Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
Oi, oi, oi.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oh, man, the Aussies are having fun in your country.
Oh,
Yeah.
The World Cup soccer thing.
Oh, right. That's still going on, man. That goes on a long time, doesn't it?
Our Scottish friends told us they drank Boston out of beer.
Wow,
Right.
that's a lot. That is a lot of beer.
Yeah, they had to get in emergency supplies.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's what prevented the. Isn't that what prevent? Oh no, that was the Irish. Was it the Irish that didn't take over the world because someone invented whiskey, or was it the Scots?
Oh, I know the beer one. I do know that even the Scots turned up their nose at Bud Light.
Well, yeah.
Like,
turned
when
up
the
my- I
Scots
turned up
won't
my
drink
nose
the
at it,
beer,
yeah.
it's bad.
Right.
Oh, and don't go near Foster's. We don't drink it here.
But I thought that was Australian for beer.
No. It's what poor foreigners drink. We export it. No one loves it here. It's never usually found here even.
It's
Wow.
like when I was on a flight with a guy from Belgium, and asked him, "Hey,
Yeah.
what do you guys think of the Stella Artois or whatever?" He's like, "That's our Bud Light." I was like, "Oh, it's like everything's so different in from country to country."
When I was playing music with some friends at an Irish pub in DC, the only beer we could find on tap that had decent alcohol was actually the Stella Artois.
Right.
We were like, oh, well, Guinness, yeah, but it was the only lager, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get that all your beer.
Right. Well, speaking of beer, what are your thoughts on From?
Well, I remember we were all discussing Randall before, and he sort of got me on a knife set, like whether or not he's helping Julie or he. Now we brought up the process of, yes, the man in yellow does bargains. He spent a lot of time alone in that bus with no one watching him interact with the monsters. So there's always that doubt for me that Randall might not be helping Julie as much as he seems. And then there's another part of me that just really likes him. I want him to be her big bro. What do you guys think?
Yeah, they were very much like brother and sister, and I liked their dynamic that they were developing. It was sweet, actually.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed that, and I think they'll get back to that early in the next season. I definitely think so.
Yeah, I was sort of worried if he talked her out of, what do you call it, story walking for nefarious purposes. But now I'm thinking, I don't think he wanted his little sis to have a seizure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Oh,
that's an interesting theory that, the monsters could be talking to him or something while nobody's looking. I haven't seen any evidence of that, right? He seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
But that's interesting though. He would have that opportunity because he's one of the few people that are definitely isolated and could end up talking to him, being as how he's on that bus.
mm. And also, did you guys notice how creepy Clara was before we even got confirmation?
Yeah, she was
yes.
always like at the right spot at the right time, kind of like a little bit like Donna always shows up with her hands in her pocket, like, "Hey, what's going on?" And Claire was like, "Oh, hey, what's up, guys?" It's like, "Oh, why are you here at these pivotal moments?"
Mm. I'm sorry, but I always giggle a bit when people talk about a pocket universe because I think of Donna.
Oh, really? Why?
With
Oh,
her
because
with
you
her
Yeah,
think of
pockets,
Donna in
yeah.
your pockets. She's got a whole pocket universe in her pockets. That's what's in her pockets.
nice.
I can see it. Hey, Ryan. Nice to see you. Uh, let's see. Oh, and Chris is
I might
here.
give it.
Um,
Oh, cool.
Randall secretly teaching Smiley how to drive the bus. You never know, I guess. He was spending an awful lot of time on
Ah,
the bus along with the monsters at night.
hearing Randall talk, sorry, not Randall, Smiley, saying, "Hello, mother."
Oh, yeah.
Fuck.
That was chilling, wasn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, that was I mean that I think that they were doing a little fan service for us with that one because we were all kind of waiting for a moment like that.
Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, yeah, that was a crazy moment. Now they just need the Boyd pop thing, and that'll satisfy us.
I'm glad they gave up on bile bullets.
Oh God, yeah. 'Cause that was one of the
Sorry.
most useless plot lines. Bile bullets.
But someone else also mentioned, did we all forget? There's still a door under Colony House. And what
Yeah,
that might mean.
yeah. I
Like, whoa.
definitely, I definitely think they need to do something with that door. They need to do something with it eventually, because it didn't come into play with them going to get the bones like it seemed. So now that door has to be important somehow. So we'll have to see. Um, MG says Clara started as a background extra character, but they needed someone for a particular role, and so ended up giving her more to do, allegedly, according to the recent Sci-Fi Vision interview. And that was what the
Woo.
creators said. So I think that I believe them, the
Yeah,
writers.
I thought she was just a red shirt, but she's bigger than that.
Right. And they built her into something bigger. I think I think they stole the theory from the fans that she was a mole, and they thought, "Oh, that sounds like a fun
Mm.
idea." So that's what they did. That's what I
Oh,
think.
one more question before I go. Can I please ask you about Henry? Like, he was obviously tripping out on the man in yellow's blood, who is actually quite sexy. But I was wondering what's going to happen to Henry after he got caught trying to shoot Victor?
Right. Um, that's a good question. I don't think they're gonna bring back the box punishment. A lot of people still want to debate, though, like, should so-and-so get the box? But I don't think they'll ever actually put anyone in the box again. They understand that this place messes with people's minds. And once Henry tells them what's been happening to him, I think they'll figure out that this place has been messing with his head. So they'll let it go. I think Victor will even forgive him in time, but Victor is very childlike. So I think it'll take some time for the forgiveness to come. He's like a little boy. So it won't be easy.
Oh, I hope he stays near that rope in Colony House.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, it was lovely talking to you.
Oh, it was lovely talking to you
Okay.
too. It was cool to get to hear your voice.
Yeah, cheers from Australia and happy, I think it's 4th of July there, or was.
Yes, it's officially now the 4th of July. So thank you. And
All right, what are we on?
and I'm
Oh,
so
we're on 4th of July too.
and I'm so sorry, Jen. I don't know what happened with you not being able
Yeah.
to like, getting like hidden from the channel, aka banned, but I fixed it. I'm so sorry. I have no idea how that happened.
I will sit and rejoice with my cat.
So now you can safely rejoin the chat, and I am so sorry that ever happened to you.
Okay, I won't give you too much shit.
Yeah, Jen, we owe you a Foster's, your favorite. We'll
Oh,
see if we
you
can-
asshole. Oh my God, I'd rather have a Bud Light. Anyway, take care, guys. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
Take care, Jen.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, thank you, Karl, for handling that. I'm assuming you sent her the link since she couldn't get into the chat. So thank you for doing that.
No problem.
I did go in the background and I found that somehow she had been banned, and so I unbanned her. So sometimes that can happen by accident. You know, a lot of people have wrenches here. A lot of people have moderator roles, and so just be careful. Those of you who have a moderator role, be very careful not to accidentally hit the 3 dots and ban somebody. And if you do, you'll usually be able to tell you accidentally did something like that. And if it ever happens, don't worry. Just let us know, and we can fix it. We can reverse it. It's not a a permanent thing. It's something that can be undone. So nothing to freak out about. But I feel so bad that happened. She must have been confused. Like, why would Jen is such a nice person. Why would Jen ever be? That's Jen Hack from the chat. If anybody didn't know, that was Jen Hack. Why would Jen ever be banned? Like that would make no sense at all. Of course she wouldn't be. That was cool getting to hear her call in. I love her Aussie accent. That was very, very much a treat to hear. So, let's see now. Let's go back into the chat. Darrell says Victor knows that the place is tricking Henry. They are going to help him, of course. Yeah, they're going to help him. I think Victor might hold on to some anger for a little while because he's immature that way. He's emotionally immature, but he'll get over it. He knows. He says this place lied to you. He gets how this works at this point. Yeah, yes, Devious J. The box is done. If Sarah isn't in a box, then Henry won't be. 100%. Same goes for Elgen, who put someone's life at risk, because you don't have to kill somebody to go in the box. All you have to do is put their life at risk, and he certainly did that to Fatima. So, nope, nobody is going back in the box. That was a one and done. MG says, I assume that shuts down that storyline. Yeah, while we're talking about it, let's go to that scene. That was quite the emotional roller coaster scene. Let me see. I think it was a little after this. I took a lot of screenshots of this episode. Henry just had the look of absolute madness in his eyes in this scene. Like he looked like he had just checked out. Like just look at it. He's got those crazy eyes. He's definitely got the crazy eyes. I thought Robert Joy did a phenomenal job with this scene. If anything, I would have thought he would have played it a little bit more emotional and maybe shed a tear, but he had completely convinced himself it wasn't real. I'm sure he still felt the emotion of having to point a gun and try and plan on shooting someone who very much looks like his son Victor, and it had to be emotional. But I thought that he would have like played it a bit more emotionally and crying or something, but he just had the look of a madman instead. We went from this tearjerker scene at the grave site of Eloise and Miranda in the season 3 finale, and an emotional embrace with Henry promising to always protect Victor. And then in the finale of the following season, who could have predicted back then that Henry would have actually tried to shoot him? I can't deny that it's excellent writing. I think that was one of the best, most well-written storylines of season 4, the Henry hallucination storyline. Easily. No more box. Agree, Bill. Clearly, they need to talk about it and figure out Henry's been getting false visions. Absolutely. Devious says the box was very Lord of the Flies coded, in my opinion. Yeah. And when you have an isolated community of people like this, where they have to develop their own sense of like kind of rules and punishments and like govern themselves without any kind of official structure, then it can get very Lord of the Flies. Just like Lost could get Lord of the Flies at times. But they never actually developed like any kind of punishment. I was surprised that Lost never went down that route. Like, as far as I can recall, the group of plane crash survivors, they never, they didn't come up with any kind of punishment system for crime. You'd think they would have had to eventually.
Well, other than Saeed torturing Sawyer, right? Hey, I'm heading back, by the way.
Oh, okay. Good. I'm glad. Be safe. Okay, so recall you accidentally banned Scarlet for like 5 minutes unintentionally a month ago with a misclick, but rectified it a few minutes later once you found the setting. Yep, that happened. That happened. That was not one of my finer moments. I've literally done it. This time I know it wasn't me. It definitely wasn't me. Because I knew when I did it. When you accidentally ban someone, you know what you've done, usually. So maybe somebody did it and they didn't know how to fix it, and that's what happened, and maybe they didn't realize what they did. But I knew what I did, and I worked on fixing it right away. Hey, Wilbert. The light fades at season 4. I'm so sad, though. The light fades. Well, what do you mean the light fades? Like metaphorically speaking? Like it's going to get a lot darker? It's definitely going to get a lot darker, that's for sure. I was right in my prediction that season 4 would bring daytime horrors from the Man in Yellow. If you look back at my thumbnail for season 4 of From, the thumbnail actually said daytime horrors, and I think the title even said daytime horrors from the Man in Yellow, and that's what it was. And that was just based on the teaser. We didn't really know what we were going to get. We didn't know about Sophia. We didn't know that the entity was going to infiltrate the town yet. But I just predicted that it was going to be a season marked by daytime horrors from that entity, since it revealed itself in the season 3 finale. And that's what the season was defined by. Indeed, it was really not a season that was heavy on nighttime horror. It was more daytime horror that actually what the heck? Oh, sorry, I was looking for my charger. It was daytime horror that actually like carried season 5. And that's why all the promotional material showed sunlight. It showed sunlight, light breaking through behind the title of the show, and it was all because of what they were building up, what they were leading up to. This show has always been about the horrors that come after dark in this place, and season 4, unleashed the daytime horror. Granted, there could have been a lot more of it, but I think Sophia, like, I expected Sophia and her machinations to be a little more extreme, and it took a while for it to get going. It didn't really happen right away. So, and also, what the hell was the point of the test with Sarah? Is this a dropped plot line, or are they going to pay this off in season 5? Because, like, what was the point of the mindfuck with Sarah that was supposed to be an Abraham-like test, where she just wanted to make sure Sarah would listen? She didn't actually need Sarah to complete the act of drinking a glass of water from the pitcher and then putting it back. She just needed to know that Sarah would do it. Well, then why did she need to know that Sarah would do it? Because she didn't actually do anything with it. At the time, it was, I think, reasonable to predict, as we did, that Sarah was going to get set up to do something terrible. The voices were going to tell her to do something terrible next. But nothing came of that. It's frustrating, to say the least. It's almost like Sarah has plot armor now, and so they're not going to do that to her. They're not going to have her do something horrible like commit murder again. But I think the season would have been a lot darker if it had gone that route, if it had been gutsier like that. I think it would have been better if they had gone that gutsier route. Instead, you had Sarah just drinking water and from a pitcher, putting it back in, and what did she do in this finale? I mean, she mainly just, like, she got the signal. She did something that anybody could have done. Sarah didn't use her gift in any way, and she did something that literally anybody could have done, where she was the one operating the radio, and then she noticed that, oh, there's a signal. There's Morse code, which is what Jade said he was going to communicate in from the caves. And she got Boyd's attention, like, Boyd, listen. And then they realized, oh shit, they're still alive down there. Well, that's not using Sarah the way that they could have. That's not using her gift in any way for being able to hear the voices. And that's not developing the plot line with Sophia trying to test her using the voices. Instead, she just played a bit part that anybody could play. So I found that kind of disappointing, the way they used Sarah. Let's see. Man in Yellow has been testing Sarah to see what she would do. So maybe she's not done. But I have to say, I hate the idea that we're stuck with Sophia and her machinations in season 5. I really hope she gets exposed early. I want her to be exposed early and, and then that's it. Be done with Sophia. No more Sophia. Let's see. Leah, I'll just say Leah because I don't know how else to say it, to say your name here. Leah says, I think Sophia is waiting for a big bang at the end to use Sarah. So saving it for later. I think they've got to pay that off. It can't just be a mind fuck for that one episode. They set that up as a test. That's why she used the Abraham story at the end, because that was a test from the Bible. Not the same kind of test, but a test nonetheless. Hey, Laura Butler. Welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight and maybe not having to work, because I think Laura is one of our overnight workers who come in the chat. Let's see. If the Man in Yellow thinks she will be loyal to the voices, right? Right, MG. Sarah may be a Man in Yellow ace in the hole. Man in Yellow has multiple games in play. Sarah may be one of them that it's holding back until season 5. Right, could be. Remember, too, that she told Clara that 1 or 2 of her games need to be sped up. But we only saw her speed up 1 game, which was what's happening with Fatima. We only saw that 1 game getting sped up. Why do I keep saying that wrong? With Clara feeding the Man in Yellow's blood in a thermos to Fatima. What else needs to get sped up? Maybe that's another one. Waste of action scenes, Sarah with the water. Right, exactly. Guns killed that guy who shot Boyd, didn't it? Yes. Yeah, how did he die? Yeah, because Boyd shot him. He shot Boyd, and Boyd had to shoot him in self-defense, and that killed him. Chris, in season 2, in the finale, that was Reggie. Devious says Sophia just needs soldiers and only bargained with a handful of people. So Sophia's team is Henry, Clara, and Sarah. Sarah is the hardest one for Sophia to get, so she had to play that game with her. Right. Makes sense. Need soldiers and bargain with a handful of people. How did you never leave the StreamYard? I thought when you get off the Wi-Fi that you'd drop off.
Nope. I guess the network's better than you thought. Ya llegó tu guaguancó. I don't know if anybody will get that reference.
Yeah. I don't know what that reference is myself.
I barely know what it is either. Hi, everybody.
Karl is now back in the actual building. You feeling okay? Everything went well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good. Sarah has done a lot in the show. It's okay she didn't do as much in the finale. Yeah, they just need to pay off that thing with Sophia, having her drink the water and then put it back in the pitcher.
Maybe she's just fucking with her. This is it,
Could be. Just fucking with her.
Sophia's just a trickster, like, oh, let me see if she'll do this.
Right.
Because I'm not like, eat your booger or someone will die. Like, oh.
Yeah. But remember at the end how she was like, how she told that story of Abraham and said, that God didn't actually need Abraham to do it. He just needed to know that he would. So she needed to know that Sarah would do something if the voices tell her to do it. So that's got to be setting up more. Maybe.
Right, so then the voices are going to tell her to do something.
In season 5, I guess they're saving it. I really thought we'd be done with Sophia by season 5 and she'd be unmasked. but no such luck.
Elgin's ghost will tell somebody. That's what's gonna happen.
Elgin's ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Elgin.
Because he'll be at the
Ghost
Lake of
Elgin.
Tears or whatever, and he'll be like, "Hey, yo, you know that Sophia bitch?
Yeah,
Don't trust her, right?
Yeah.
He'll say something.
yeah. I mean, if some of the ghost entities are real spirits, it would make you think that, you know, there's got to be some limit on who can come back in spirit form, because otherwise, if she knows that that's a thing, then she wouldn't, like, there'd have to be a way to block them even in death from spilling,
Right.
and she wouldn't reveal the truth to him like she
Does
did.
she know that that's a thing?
I don't know. I mean, I would assume she
Do
knows.
either one of them know that that's a thing?
I always thought this
You made
entity.
an assumption, right?
Yeah, I always thought that this entity is omniscient.
And you found out that wasn't true.
At least not in this form. She's not omniscient, that's for
Mhm.
sure. I still say until she came to town, until it became the man in yellow, that entity was omniscient, because there were multiple pieces of evidence showing there was something watching and listening to them.
Mm-hmm. Floating around.
Yeah, in a spiritual form. But maybe they're not the real spirits of the dead. Maybe they are all entities. You know, Khatri is the boy in white. You know, I have a hard time committing one side or the other, whether they're the real spirits, because then you think of a thing like that, like, well,
I would say on its face, for me, they are. Except when Boyd asked him, "What are you?" He asked Khatri, "What are you?" And he's like, "I can't tell you." Right? Didn't he say something like that?
he said, "I'm afraid I can't answer that for you, Boyd."
That doesn't make sense if they're strictly the ghosts.
Right.
Because he'd be like, "Yo, who do you think I am? I'm the guy that croaked in front of you."
Yeah. So why would Khatri have to say that? That's a great.
So that's a
point.
Right?
But it's hard, because there are pros and cons to thinking that they're the real spirits. Like, you look at Ghost Jim. If Ghost Jim was just the boy in white coming to see Ethan, then who the hell was he looking for behind him? I thought that he was listening to somebody talking to him. I thought he was listening to the boy in white trying to coach him on what to say, because he's a brand new ghost, a brand new real ghost.
Right. Or other spirits. Maybe the other spirits are like, "We're stuck in the Lake of Tears. Hey, tell him about the Lake of Tears. Tell he needs to go and find it." And Jim's like, "Oh, what? Okay, hold on. What?
Yeah,
You know, it could be that."
right.
And maybe we'll finally get a POV with probably Jim. We'll get a POV of him in the spirit world,
Right.
and there'll be all these other spirits saying, you know, "Hey, they gotta free us. They gotta find the Lake of Tears. They gotta blah, 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 whatever."
Maybe the other spirits were talking to him.
Yes. And that's why he was sort of like confused by what they were saying. He just got there. It was like, "Hey, man, you know, like when you show up at a party and people want you to, you know, play Twister already, you're like, whoa. Let me get some hors d'oeuvres. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Right.
maybe
Right.
that's why he was like, you know, a little nervous.
Right. Or if he's the boy in white, who could he have been listening to? That I don't know.
Nobody. When has the boy white ever appeared to be nervous or not know what to say?
Never.
Or not have a purpose?
Never.
He seems to be pretty confident in all the messages that he's being relayed, right?
Yeah. And
versus Jim, we know, just died the day before and is like looking around like, "What do I do? I don't know what the rules are."
he looked shell-shocked.
Mm-hmm.
He looked shell-shocked, and that hug, when he hugged Ethan, looked so genuine. Why did his face look so emotional when Ethan couldn't see it from behind his back? His face shouldn't have looked like that. He closed his eyes with real emotion on his face. If that wasn't the real ghost of Jim, why did his face look emotional when he hugged Ethan? That's the tropey telltale sign when someone you're not sure if you can trust hugs someone. If they're really not trustworthy, their face changes in the
like
hug.
Sophia with Kenny or somebody hugged her, right? And she was like,
Her,
yeah.
yeah, her face changed when somebody, was hugging her or something.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, this show makes your head hurt. And I guess it's possible that Ghost Jim is the real Jim and Ghost Khatri is not. Ghost Khatri is not Khatri. He's the boy in white. Mm-hmm. They don't all have to be the same.
The boy in white. Jim could be the real Jim. Tom could be the wrong Tom. Abby could be the wrong Abby or the right Abby. You know? Oh no, I've gone cross-eyed. You know? Like,
the place is full of illusions, so it doesn't have to be all one or all. They don't have to all be the same thing. All the ghost entities, all the same type of thing.
They don't all have to be the Zibbas or the Zappas.
Whatever that means.
Yeah.
Hey, Binge Videos 21. Always love your from content. You have a unique way of thinking. Thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot, actually. There's a lot of from content out there and a lot of unique and valuable perspectives. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, but there ain't nobody like Julie B, the deep dive queen, right? I mean, you have the spreadsheet, right?
The spreadsheets.
Mm-hmm.
Not really. I don't actually have spreadsheets full of, You don't have
a spreadsheet showing that the trees are spies?
No. Spreadsheets aren't really my thing. I don't remember how to make them.
Excel?
I learned
all
how
the formulas
in high school, but
right. X minus Y equals whatever. For work, I had to do those. When we did inventory, I had to create an Excel spreadsheet, and I could never remember the formula. I could never remember it. I always had to write it down.
Oh.
There was a manual to do it, and there was also a web page I printed out. And I had it in a binder, and I would always be like, "Oh, wait a minute," and it would always come out wrong when I would try and do it myself.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah. I've forgotten how to use Excel, so. Samuel says, Karl, eat and rest well. Yeah, he will. He will. Thanks, Sam. And let's see. On the next days of our lives, Sophia's ghost. Man in Yellow doesn't have to be Sophia to be the voices. Yeah, that's true. We could lose Sophia and the man in yellow could still use, that's true. The man in yellow, like, she could be unmasked and he could still use the voices in Sarah's head and set into motion what Sophia started. That's true. I forgot about that for a minute. Hopefully they unmask Sophia. She reverts to Dougie's man in yellow and we get to see him doing some magic-y stuff and like summoning the voices, etc. Yeah, that would be ideal because I'm so tired of her. Like, I'm tired of her and her sticky, cheesy mustache twirling. And like, where was that scene? Was that near the beginning? No, that was near the end of the previous episode. I'm trying to remember the scene I'm trying to think of. Oh, I remember now. No, it was in this episode where she actually kills Elgen. Yeah, she kills Elgen, and that's what brings the sun. It seems like it brings the sun back. Like, blood sacrifice brings the sun back. As soon as the entity gets some blood, boom, the sun comes back out. Ghost Fia. In season 5, I think we'll hardly see Sophia, so I'm glad we got at least got a season with her. Yeah, I liked her. I do. Thanks. Yeah, Darrell, I'm glad we got a season with Sophia. I just wish it would have been wrapped up by the finale, though. And Jen is back in the chat. Jen Hack is back in the chat. So glad I was able to fix that. I can't imagine it was going on for long. So I'm really glad she reached out and didn't just assume like we hate her for no reason at all and banned her. We don't go around banning people for anything unless like it has to be something egregious, and she's never done anything other than being a lovely person. Sven says maybe the teeth give the man in yellow some kind of control over the dead rather than just a keepsake. Don't know though. Could be.
I know what I think.
What do you think about the teeth?
I think the teeth allow them to take on the form of the person. So I think he has probably one of Sophia's teeth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how he's able to turn into that person. Sort of like a record, I think, because you always need something from the person. If you're going like witchy kind of deal, you need something from the person to be able to affect them or take on their form, stuff like that. It's usually a kind of magical trope in some of those stories. You have to have something from the person. Like weapons. Anyone remember weapons? The witchy lady was like, bring me something from each one of your classmates.
Right. Yeah, with that witchy kind of behavior, we did see some of that from her doing incantations and bringing someone back from the dead.
Yeah, so she started, if she was just, some sort of magical entity, she just wave her hand like, whoop, whoop, do this. But no, what did she do? She's like, whatever she was saying in Latin or whatever it was. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, she was doing some kind of weird, talking in some kind of weird, strange tongue incantations. So, yeah, it could be that she needs a tooth from someone who dies in order to shift into that person in a witchcrafty kind of way, which makes sense. And teeth have actually historically been used to try to do witchcraft. So it tracks. It definitely tracks. Ghost Jim was looking back like the dog. The dog? What dog? When was one of the dogs looking back? Darrell, refresh my memory on that. Boy in White being very cagey this cycle. Oh, definitely. MG. Jim has to be trained. Corbin Phoenix. Hey, welcome. They are manipulated spirits like the inhabitants of the Donnie Darko universe. I've got to actually watch Donnie Darko sometime. It's on my list. Yeah, maybe they are manipulated spirits. I do have to wonder, like if the boy in white and the man in yellow are manipulating the spirits of the dead into working for them. It could very well be. And that's why we have the ghost entities trying to sway people. That's what they're trying to do. They're always trying to persuade people of stuff. All of them. Ghost Khatri, Ghost Tom, Ghost Jim. Abby also tries to persuade Boyd to do stuff too, actually. They all do it. If you notice that, they all have that common thread. Why? Why? Because it's part of the game of chess. With chess, you're trying to use people like chess pieces. Well, they're also using the ghost entities like chess pieces. Or you could just say they're trying to use those ghost entities to manipulate the people like chess pieces. They're always trying to persuade them to do stuff. or to not do stuff. And every single time, it's always like that.
Maybe they have to operate in the rules of the game as well, and maybe they can't. Maybe there's some things that they can't say or do because of whatever.
Yeah.
And so that's why they're influencing, one side or the other. Maybe there's teams,
Right.
There's the, yellow marauders and there's the white, whatever. What's your favorite team? White Raiders. Well, that sounds kind of racist. Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, so it could be that the ghost entities are playing for one team or the other, and they can't, either man in yellow or boy in white side, and they can't say everything that they want to be able to say. So they have to just try to sway them or persuade them to do certain things, but they can't just tell them what they know. Plus, too much knowledge is dangerous. Comes at a cost. Is it wrong to find the man in yellow attractive? Not at all, Jen. It's not wrong. It's understandable, But I guess you're talking about the Doug, the man in yellow, not Sophia. With Sophia, she's supposed to be 15 or 16, so that I guess would be wrong. Yes. But the actress is in her early 20s, so technically not wrong. That's not wrong either. Like the naked shots. Oh, you like the naked Doug shots. Gotcha. I see how you roll. that is funny. TV says, I honestly think it's simply just their spirits. Like Marielle said, you don't leave. So when you die, you stay there. Hence all of Jade's past lives and eventually Ghost Elgen. Oh, I also think there may be a Ghost Elgen. Yeah, if that's the case, there's got to be rules, and Ghost Elgen just won't be able to tell them, hey, Sophia's the man in yellow. Like there have to be rules. Like Katri can only try to sway Boyd in one direction or another, and he can't tell him too much, even if he does know more. Ghosts. Hey, who's the new guy? Oh, yeah, I mean, Darrell says, nah, Jen, Doug is a looker. Naked Doug is hot. Let's see. Is a flood coming? Yeah, I would say so, for sure, especially with the death of Elgen, who had a nightmare that involved water. So one of my biggest theories, suddenly I'm getting tired. I'm not going to make it 7 hours tonight, guys. And I know I said that last time, and I wound up doing almost 7 hours, but it's not going to happen this time. We don't have a whole episode to break down, so I don't have that to fuel me to keep on trucking for almost 7 hours. So Elgen dreamed about something that involved water, something, and we never saw exactly what that was. We never got an answer on that. So that's got to change. We've got to learn what it was. And since nightmares manifest into reality with the death of Elgen, we're going to finally find out what he dreamed about. We're going to finally learn about his nightmare, and it'll get unleashed, and it could very well be the flood. This is a theory that a friend of mine had before me, that Elgen would probably die and it would unleash the flood. So, the theory was Justin White's. He came up with it, and I think his theory is going to come true. So when I make my predictions for next season, oh my God, I can't stop yawning. When I make my predictions for next season, I'm definitely gonna credit Justin on that one and say I think his theory is going to come true. I'm gonna put that in my next video with some predictions, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen. I already touched on it in my episode 9 video when it looked like Elgen was going to die. I said, think this is what's going to come of it. And now it's going to happen. It's definitely going to happen. And I, for one, can't wait because it's always bugged me that we never got to see what scared the shit out of him on the bus when he saw this place and recognized it. We never got to see what scared him. He said he remembered the boy in white reciting the cicada nursery rhyme. He said that he remembered the Brundles, the body of water called the Brundles, but he didn't remember anything else, and that's not enough. That's not scary. So what made him throw up? What made him say bad things are going to happen? We got to turn the bus around. Yeah, we need to learn more, for sure. Darrell says when Boyd saw the dog for the first time, the dog looked back the same way Ghost Jim did. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. The dog looked back. Was the dog like trying to get Boyd to follow him though? I think that's why the dog looked back. Because he wanted Boyd to follow in the same direction, you know. Let's see. EB said, hey, welcome, EBGHO. I just found your channel. I've never seen one of your dives, but I'm going to check them out now. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. This is my favorite show to cover, and so you're not going to find deeper dives because I'm obsessed with this show. So they're longer than average videos and very detailed and full of theories, and I hope you enjoy. The live streams are a little more laid back, a lot more laid back and joking around and relaxed. The videos are more like video essays where I actually have a script that I write. And the live streams are different style, obviously, totally different format, and lots of, sorry, not usually this much yawning, lots of talking to the chat. Lots of talking to the chat because we love to have these interactive conversations and make it a true community discussion here. That's what I really enjoy. So that's what I try to do. And I think this is the most interactive channel you're going to find when it comes to From. So if you want to actually have your comments highlighted, you know, not all of them because I can't highlight every single comment, but you'll actually see your comments get highlighted here a lot more than average. Wendy says, that's true, Darrell. I didn't even think about the dog doing the same thing as Jim. Yeah, he did do something similar. Darrell says, I can't see them killing off Sarah and not Acosta. If Acosta lives, then Sarah has to die. If Acosta dies, Sarah can die. Yeah, I mean, Sarah would be a big loss to the show. If Acosta lives, then Sarah has to live. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like they're it's kind of hard to see like the connection between the two there. But I think Acosta could go, and I would not miss her. I got to like her. I got to liking her better later in the season, but you know, I still wouldn't miss her if she weren't there. EB says, why has no one asked who came to town after Victor since he was the only one for so long? Oh, we've asked, you know, if you've been, you know, if you had been here, like we've talked about it. At some point we've definitely talked about it, and I've seen it talked about in other live chats, but I think that, you know, it's not often discussed in general in videos, but in the live chats we have, like, what is the deal with that? I mean, of course, people did come to town after Victor, but how long was he alone? He was alone for a long time. That's all we know. Years, it sounds like. Years. And it does appear that in the 80s, there were people who came to town because there was a whole bunch of 80s stuff in the Colony House basement. So he was probably alone for a few years, and then people started to trickle in again in the 80s. Jen says, how did a kangaroo scrotum pouch make it to From? There are no Aussies, and yet we find all those teeth in one. Oh, man. There are no Aussies, and yet we find all those teeth in a kangaroo scrotum pouch. You think that's what it was made out of? Yuck. That's nasty. It did look like that. It did kind of look like that in retrospect.
Was that Skippy's scrotum, Jen? Skippy?
Who's Skippy?
Skippy is like the Australian lassie, except that it's a kangaroo.
Oh, okay.
What is it, girl? Did she fall down a well?
Of course, it would be a a kangaroo, naturally. Devious says Sophia will return in Avengers Doomsday. Yeah, maybe. Are you literally saying she's going to be in Avengers Doomsday? Really? Oh, let me see. Avengers Doomsday. Julia Doyle. Is she actually in it? Let's see. No, I don't see it. I don't see it.
She's not actually in there, nerd.
Well, then what does it mean? I don't know what the joke means.
It's a random reference.
Okay. Can I have Sophia's tooth for research purposes? Of course. Of course you want it for research purposes. Bill says trees and teeth have roots. Remember Jade's vision with blood on the trunk. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They both have roots. Yeah, interesting connection there. I like it. Let's see. Blood on the tree trunk, blood on Christopher's journal, blood on the wall. Right, MG. Yeah, there was blood in a lot of those visions that Jade had. Blood, showing that blood is part of the history of this place. A blood ritual is what started it all. That's why the blood was there, and connected to a symbol that he later found out was made from roots, connected to a tree, the tree made by the children. So I think we can pretty much like understand what the symbol actually means. And if you want to try and pinpoint like what do the three lines in this circle mean, it's past, present, and future intersecting within a never-ending cycle. The circle, it's pretty clear. Like the symbolism, it seems pretty obvious to me. Like that just makes sense that's what it would be. Lots of blood stuff going on in the show. Blood Brothers ritual with Martin, Sophia's blood, killing Smiley with Martin's blood, and blood dripping from the root sign. Fatima drinking Elgin's blood to feed Smiley, and you had also I would add the colonial man with a skull full of blood for Jade, and then he finally drinks it in the vision, in the mushroom trip. Hey, third shift lurker, happy 4th to you too. So you're saying, been thinking that the man in yellow and the boy in white are bro and sis, and the game is that whoever loses gets to be a kid, and a new cycle begins again, and everyone dies. Hey, I like it. You never know. Could be something like that, and then I think the man in yellow has always won though. Like the man in yellow evil entity has always won. Otherwise, people would have gotten out of there and it would have all ended, I think. So it's like, the boy in white said, "You're going to lose this time." Hey, Brandon K. Hello from family. Miss y'all. Well, welcome back. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. MG says, with Henry mentioning carousel horse and the drawing with Ferris wheel, etc., is a carnival coming? Yeah, and there could be, it could be something like that. Some kind of carnival. Maybe you see like in a past cycle, could have been something too. And there was a drawing with a Ferris wheel too. That would feel very Welcome to Derry. There are already so many parallels with Welcome to Derry. Let's see. MG says, Elgen asked whether Brundles had another name before, so presumably something about Lake of Tears. That's what I think too. Yes, I think maybe he's thinking that his dream had something to do with the Lake of Tears, and he just can't quite piece it together. He asked if it had another name before. Maybe he remembered something about Lake of Tears in his nightmare. He said something like, has it always been called the Brundles or something like that? And Fatima said, it's just, as far as I know, it's always been called that as long as I've been here. I forget his exact wording, but it was something to that regard. And I think, what was it he said? I think he said, why is it called the Brundles? I think that was somebody told me he said, why is it called the Brundles? And she said, I don't know. It was called that when I got here. It's always been called that as far as I know. So, but yeah, it could be that the Lake of Tears was actually what was in his nightmare. I think that's likely. And he thought it was the Brundles, but it was actually the Lake of Tears that was in his nightmare. He said he saw the boy in white telling him things about the nursery rhyme in his dream. So it could actually have been the Lake of Tears that was in the dream. I think so. Third Shift says, what if Sophia becomes Elgen, and when she's talking Sarah into doing something bad, she's going to hear the real Elgen? Yeah, I could see that. Like Sarah, I think, is a medium. So I think something that could save Sarah from falling prey to this trick is that a spirit of a real dead person could break through the noise. Like I believe what happened once before in season 1 when Sarah heard a chorus of screaming voices in her head. A real dead person's voice broke through the noise and she heard Abby's voice. I still believe it was the real spirit of Abby speaking to Sarah in her head, saying, what if this, saying, no, it was, tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong, that we shouldn't have come. There are things out here worse than the monsters. That was the message that I think the real spirit of Abby was trying to tell Boyd by speaking to Sarah in her head. And I think Sarah was hearing spirits attached to the bottles in the bottle tree, that they were trapped. Those spirits were connected to the bottles in the tree. And, it does fit with some of the bottle tree lore about spirits being trapped in bottles hung on a tree. So yeah, I mean, she could hear the real voice of Elgen. That's a cool theory. She imagine if if she turns into Elgen and and nobody knows that he's actually dead. Like the real Elgen is dead.
Maybe Sarah will smell something, and they'll she'll turn, and it'll be Elgin right there with that same shirt, you know, and she'll know like, oh, it's Smelgin, and then, or maybe people like Sophia will be Elgin, and they'll be like, oh, did you take a shower? You smell so good, Elgin. Oh, ha ha.
That would be how they would out that mole. She would screw up and actually bathe. Jen says, did Bhakta's granny make it out of from? I think that she just had a dream about that cicada nursery rhyme. I talked about that earlier in this stream, actually, that I think that Julie's hypothesis is right, and that people have dreams about things that are actually from this place. And that's how stuff like the Grand Gulagog got written about story walking. And that's how Bhakta's grandma knew the cicada nursery rhyme. But I guess anything's possible. Brandon says Elgin is not smart, but he's an innocent, similar to a kid. Keep that in mind. Right. He's definitely an innocent, similar to a kid. I can see that, Brandon. Absolutely. Hey, the Taito Guardian. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Darrell, he said the same thing as me. Yep. People outside of Fromland have dreams about Fromland. That's why she knew about the nursery rhyme, and Ethan knew about the Lake of Tears. I think that's true. I think Julie's hypothesis was true, and that's how the Grand Gulagog got written. Brandon says it's the 4th that I'm texting from my glamping trip. Oh, cool. Have fun, Brandon. Glamping. Nice. That's like a less rugged, like a less roughing it kind of camping.
It's glamorous camping, thus glamping.
Right. It sounds like my kind of camping. I wouldn't be the type to be roughing it, so.
Like a tent with a chandelier.
Oh, literally. That's very literal in terms of glam. Wow. That's funny. Taito says I probably can't stay for long, but I thought I'd say hi. Well, so nice to see you. And I don't know how much longer I'm gonna make it with as many times as I've yawned in the last like 15 minutes. I didn't get enough sleep. I got like maybe 5 hours early in the morning and then 4 hours in the afternoon. Like I took with several hours in between, not consecutive at all, like a big long gap in between. So that's not a restful sleep at all. I'm feeling it now. MG says, yeah, didn't take Elgin's tooth, just told Clara to dispose of the body. At least we never saw her take one, unless it happened off screen. Right, we never saw it. Let's go through the images. We'll see exactly what she did. Poor Elgin was trying to like sneak away. Poor guy. Like you're gonna be able to sneak out right under her nose. And Clara just stood there like a bouncer, not letting him through. Real nice. Terrible person, Clara. She looks a little sad while she does it. Her eyes look sad, but Clara is a shit human being, if you ask me. Trash. Absolute trash. She made a bargain for just herself to go home, not even everybody else, just herself. And now she's going around being the henchman to the evil entity and screwing over her friends who have done so much for her, I'm sure, over the years. So she corners him. He doesn't even really want to look at her when he takes her hands. He literally turns his head when he takes her hands. It's just Like I can't even look this devil in the face. I think he probably believes she is the devil, and that's why he starts praying. And yeah, it was a hard scene to watch. The stuff that she's able to do with her eyes reminds me a little bit of Bill Skarsgård as Pennywise too. He was able to do creepy things with his eyes, and like when right before she killed the pastor, and she did this weird thing where she looked up and her eyes went to the side. That was really similar to Bill Skarsgård as Pennywise in It. And in this scene, like, her eyes are doing some weird shit again. She does do really creepy things with her face. I think her acting is mostly good, but it's a little cheesy at times. I think Sophia was a bit cheesy at times, and heading into mustache twirling villain territory. So yeah, like, we don't see her take a tooth from Elgen. She leaves, and then she tells Clara to get rid of the body. And then the second he dies, boom, the day comes back. The sun rises. He's dead. The sun's back. In that 1 second, he was still alive, and then he dies. Boom, there's the sun. That's literally the next second. So, blood sacrifice. This entity thrives on the sacrifice of people. So it makes sense that brought the sun back. Yeah, so no tooth. I mean, it could have happened off screen. She walks away, but she turns and she walks away, though. She turns and moves away. So I doubt it happened off screen. So I would say that probably means that she won't be shape-shifting into Elgen, because she didn't take his tooth. I think she probably does need the tooth. That's where she says, and next I take a match and watch it burn. Ominous setup for season 5 for sure. Elgen was an idiot, but at least he wasn't a traitor. Agree, Benjamin. He definitely wasn't a traitor. He was an idiot, and he redeemed himself in the end. He did. He redeemed himself for kidnapping Fatima by not selling out his friends, by making a bargain with this thing. So good on him. I think he did the right thing. I think he absolutely did the right thing, and he didn't sell his soul. That's what he would have felt like he was doing. He thought that he probably thought that she was the devil. So Devious says, I think Sophia would if she chooses to turn into Elgen, saving that transformation for the next cycle if the boy in white loses again. Like, the transformations are from past games, not the current game. I agree. Yeah. Like, Sophia was from the 70s. That picture of her showed her standing next to a guy with an afro, a 70s afro. So that's true. So here's the thing, though, MG. If Donna was first, I don't remember that being mentioned that she was first. If she was first, then why was there all that stuff from the 80s in the Colony House basement? I mean, did that many people bring 80s stuff in their cars when they didn't show up until like 2000 whatever? I just think that's weird. I get the sense that they probably had people there sooner than that, but I don't know. Brandon says, if the man in yellow put the talismans in a tree, will they reappear where Boyd found them? Remember, it's a game. Tasks always reappear in a game when you respawn. Yeah, I've thought of that too. That maybe that could have been the case in a time loop. Throw them in the faraway tree, they go back in time, and because Boyd went through a faraway tree, and I think he wound up back in time in the dream state, in the dungeon dream state. But then again, Karl pointed out earlier, then who hangs them back up in the talisman hub? Like, somebody would have to actually put them back in there. So I don't know. Green, who says, any chance of you interviewing someone from the cast? There's always a chance. There's a chance of it happening in the off season. I can still try. I honestly didn't try. I tried with one actor this season. I obviously got to interview Doug as usual early in the season, but and I tried with one other that didn't work out. I didn't hear from their agent, and I didn't try with any others because I got overwhelmed with life related stuff this season, and so I just wasn't feeling up to it. I wasn't feeling up to the really arduous task of interviews that I just, with the stress of covering the season, on top of that doing interviews, I just didn't feel like I could take it on. Now that the season is over, if I were able to get anybody on, I would love to. I mean, I would love to anyway, but I didn't feel like I was up to the task of taking it on during the season, if that makes sense. But now that it's over, if I could manage to snag somebody, I would absolutely try to do it. So I'm still going to see if it's possible. If I had tried, I probably would have interviewed at least a couple people this season. If I had tried to at least get Simon Webster again, who I interviewed last time. I interviewed Simon Webster and obviously Doug Hughes in season 3. And I know I could get Simon Webster again. Doug can't do any interviews for the time being, which sucks, because I would have obviously been able to do an interview with Doug once the season was over, an official interview. But he's not able to do them now. MGM put the kibosh on that. So we'll see if we can get Doug on for a non-From related talk again, though, before long. We'll see if it's possible. And I'll let you know, if anything pans out and I'm able to get a cast member on, I'll absolutely let you know, and we'll see what happens. I wish I could have felt well enough and physically able and up to the task of doing interviews, because I had planned on trying to do it, and then I wound up just not feeling up to it. It takes a lot out of me to do it, to be on camera and have to interview and be like on, mentally on when I'm in pain all the time, and interviewing an actor with the camera in my face. It's a lot harder on me than doing these streams and making my videos. Anne-Marie says maybe late 80s. Yeah, maybe people showed up in the late 80s. That's possible. That's what I would guess. Based on all the 80s stuff in the basement. And greetings to Dr. Soapy. Let's see. So let me try to skim through a bit before I get way far behind the chat. Sophia warned them about ritual. Yes, she definitely did. Definitely did, Jen. I heard Disclosure Day was good. I'll definitely have to look up Disclosure Day and watch it when it comes out online, or maybe try to see it in the theater. Yes, 4th of July celebrates independence. So, and it's the 250th anniversary of that. So it's a really big one this year. Independence Day from the British. Right, Ledness. Who named the Brundles? TV says different types of fairies, and Boy in White was a cherub. Cherubs have been known to look young and never age, but his aging means something is different about this. Is different this game. Right. He never aged before, and now all of a sudden he's aging. He didn't age in 40 years. He still looked like the same little kid Victor saw, but something changed this cycle. So yeah, it's like I think it's a good sign. Maybe it means this is the one where things change in a big way, like they break the cycle in the end. I don't know. I mean, it could be a bad sign that like this is their last chance, and I do think it is their last chance in this lifetime to save the children, or that's it. Now that the tree is down, I think MG's theory is right that the faraway tree is the engine of the reincarnation of these people, these two people, and if they can't come back again in another lifetime, then that's it. They can't save the children, and the curse goes on forever. Let's see. Lucas says the idea in season 4 that Ethan could survive into the next cycle like Victor did, while their sisters don't survive. We saw Tabitha found her original daughter's skull. Was there a son who survived? Yeah, it does make you wonder, doesn't it? Like, how come in every cycle, maybe she had a boy and a girl? How come she had a boy and a girl in the 70s, Eloise and Victor? Now she's got Julie and Ethan. But in the origin story, she only had a daughter? Seems kind of weird to me since this happens in cycles like it does. So there's that theory that what if they had a son and it was the boy in white? I like that theory. I think that's a good one. Let's see. Hey, Tamika's Den. Hope you're hanging in there as best you can and taking care of yourself and having a good evening. Brandon K says the souls are there and in plain sight. The crows are the souls but can't talk. That's a great theory. I love it. I love it. I think it could be that the souls are trapped in the crows, and that crow landed at Jim's grave right during the funeral. It makes you wonder about that crow being, having Jim's soul in him. And it stayed there while all the other crows flew up on the roof next to the cemetery. But I tend to think that the ghost Jim we saw talking to Ethan was the real ghost of Jim. But, like I said earlier, I go back and forth on that. So, and Brandon also says, I believe the entity does have a tie to Pennywise. Pennywise can trap people and make them forget. The from is the bottle tree, but it will always be different. Cutting it continues the loop. Okay. Right. So I think cutting it down, I think it means if they don't break the cycle in this lifetime, then that's it. The loop does go on forever. The curse goes on forever. And I think that I do think that the entity is a lot like Pennywise too. I mean, it's a shape-shifting entity that feeds on fear. That's a very strong parallel. So, yes, very right. The tent is bedroom, carpet, AC, kitchen, and much more to say. Glamping. Oh, nice. That sounds kind of fun then. All the comforts of home, but out in the woods. Like at an RV camp or something. That's awesome, Brandon. That sounds fun. Elgen seemed to seek out water. He did. He was trying to find out if there was a body of water that matched the one in his nightmare. And he claimed that the Brundles one did. But I have to wonder if it was really the Lake of Tears that he saw, and he just didn't realize it because he was having a really hard time remembering his dream. Thebia says she didn't have time to take the tooth. It just seemed like she just walked out. Elgin could have tackled Clara. She didn't look that strong. Maybe. I mean, she was all alone in there. She probably could have yanked it out if she really wanted to. And Stephone Young, welcome. I'm glad Elgin gone. That boy's slow. Yeah, he was, frankly, pretty damn slow. Poor Elgin. Rest in peace. Emery says, I think Clara was alone and just came to town when the man in yellow made a deal with her, like how Donna was alone after her sister dies. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, like Clara was probably by herself when she got there. I agree with that. Yeah, probably by herself. Eldon should have punched Clara to make her move out the way. Yeah. He always was awfully passive.
How you doing, sleepyhead?
Tired.
It's like a peach mango drink.
That's pretty good.
You want more?
No thanks. That's good. You have it. You need to hydrate yourself. Yeah. So I'm probably not going to last much longer. I probably need to get some rest soon. But yeah, Elgin was never the smartest, the sharpest tool in the shed. He believed that kimono lady was an angel, and somehow kidnapping Fatima and making her give birth to God knows what was going to get them all home. So, none too bright, but in the end, I thought he redeemed himself for what he did, and he went out in the best way possible. And Moriel, I mean, she had a sad end, but I mean, somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to go, or the stakes don't feel real. There have to be deaths at some point, or we're just not going to believe any of this. We're not going to believe that they're in any real danger. Yeah, Elgin had faith. And his faith made him an easy target. She basically, manipulated his faith from the get-go. And I think that's why he was chosen to be the kimono lady's helper, because of his faith. Because his grandma taught him that angels look scary, so he would be a good patsy. So it's just like Sarah was a good target because of her trauma and whatever history she brought to town. There are different things that can make people a target, different traits that can be exploited by the evil entity. Let's see, the Demonat says, could Elgin have agreed to the bargain and still betrayed Sophia? I wonder if Sophia has some sort of way of keeping them in line. That's what Tony said when I called into his show last Sunday. He said Elgin should have taken the bargain and double-crossed her. And I mean, maybe he could have and still tried to double-cross her, because she's not omniscient in this form. So maybe that would have been a way to live another day and still and still like do something to redeem himself. But But he would have had to at least do some dirty work for her. The stuff that she made Clara do just tainted her as a person. So even if she does something against her, I mean, it's going to be hard. I don't think there's any redeeming Clara for what she's done now. So I think Elgen ultimately did the right thing. He would have had to really get his hands dirty. Hey, Billy Bong. They are giving conflicting info with items in town and people in town. Like, what kind of conflicting info exactly? What do you mean? Brandon says if Ethan is the last survivor, then he could tell the new villages about the talismans, but unless everyone communicates to the core group and not NPCs, they will be fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he'll be the sole survivor, though. I think it'll be all right. Like, they're gonna break the cycle. That would be such a sad ending, you know, if Ethan is the sole survivor. But like the new villages, nobody would be left, though. I guess. Well, we'd have to see a new cycle in a spinoff or something. So like, if there were a spinoff, then Ethan would probably like forget stuff like Victor and not remember the talismans. like Victor didn't know about the talismans. Well, actually, there were no talismans when Victor was a kid. Never mind. But, you know, Ethan would probably forget stuff too. Hey, Recon. Nice to see you. There has been no explanation of the poltergeist slamming of cabinet doors. Yeah, there's been no explanation of that. That's for sure. And when did that happen last? I'm trying to remember. Was it in this episode? Yeah, it was in this episode. It was right here. It was Donna talking to Ethan and Julie, and then the cabinet doors started going crazy again. I think in this case, it may have been. Well, I was gonna say the evil entity, but Sophia doesn't seem like she has those kind of supernatural powers in her corporeal form. And the only reason I say I thought it might have been is because it made Ethan think that his mom is definitely dead, because the last time this happened, his dad was dead. But maybe it was his dad again. Maybe it was the ghost of Jim banging the doors. Because look how Ethan reacted. He panicked. You know, he said it's happening again, and it made him freak out and think that his mom is dead. And it's the last time that happened. The night that happened, it was when Jim died. It was after Jim died. So he thought this means his mom is dead too. And they had a really powerful scene together, thinking like they're gonna have to protect each other now. And I thought Simon Webster did a great job. His acting has evolved a lot and gotten better and better as he's matured. Island says when the cabinet doors slammed open and closed, it was Ethan was upset. Oh, okay. I mean, Ethan was definitely already upset, and then I feel like the cabinet doors triggered him even more to feel even worse. I wonder if they're going to ever explain that. You know, I thought I remembered hearing somewhere early in the season that season 4 would explain to us what happens to the people who die there. that we'd get some kind of big reveal about the people who died there. But we didn't really get a giant reveal. We just got exposition from Moriel saying that the people who die there can never leave. I mean, that was a reveal, but I thought we'd get a little more. Maybe learn something about the ghost entities and just learn a little bit more detail about what happens to the dead there, other than just that they're trapped there forever, which we all pretty much guessed anyway. We all theorized that the dead are all trapped there forever. That wasn't a huge, like, holy shit revelation moment that Marielle dropped on us. Like Candyman, he's Crumb-a-Knuckle Man with crows on his shoulder. Who had crows on his shoulder, Amy? I'm trying to think now. Oh, Jim. The grave with Jim's body in it, and there was a crow, like, kind of at where his shoulder would be. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Crow-a-Knuckle Man. He's the Crow-a-Knuckle Man, kinda. Darrell says Tabitha doesn't always have to have a son and a daughter in all her lives. The likelihood of that isn't high. True, but Victor made it sound like it. He was like, you came the last time you were here, you came with a son and a daughter, and you died, and the daughter died, but the son lived, and he wound up here alone, and the man in yellow came, and now you came again, and with a son and a daughter, and the man in yellow is back, and so it's gonna happen again. And he made it sound to me like it's a trend, more than, like, it might go back more than just to the 70s. I agree the likelihood of that isn't high, but who knows what kind of magic this curse could employ. Like, she's cursed in every lifetime to come there with 2 children. I could see it. Ooh. Trinity M says, I wonder if the people who dream about Fremland are people who are destined to end up there. Abby, Tabitha, Bacta, Elgen. Maybe we haven't met Kay Dillon yet. Kay Dillon? Wait a minute. Kay Dillon. Why does that sound familiar? Like I should know that, and I can't think of what that means right now.
Who are the authors of the 2 books?
Oh, Kay Dillon was the author of one of those books. That's right. Yeah. I knew that was in the show somewhere, and I just couldn't think of it. People who are destined to end up there. The people who dream about Fremland are people who are destined to end up there. Abby, Tabitha, Bacta, Elgin. It's possible, sure. Although I think Bacta's grandma was the one who dreamed about it. Bacta's grandma had the cicada nursery rhyme that she knew, and she taught it to Bacta. And who knows? I mean, maybe Bacta did wind up there, but I don't think so. I think she probably just dreamed about it. But yeah, it's interesting. And Abby, it was heavily implied that she dreamed about it as a little girl. We never got confirmation that that's what she was talking about, but yeah, she probably dreamed about it. Wendy says there are 2 bottle trees. One they cut down, and there is another one. I can't remember where it is. Oh yeah, there's another one. The other one, it was featured in season 3. Jade went there to take the bottles down, and that's where Ghost Tom last spoke to him. So that's when we last saw it. It was sometime around the middle of season 3. Jade went out there and spoke to Ghost Tom. That was the other bottle tree, not the faraway one. Billy says, if Tilly is the man in yellow, the crows might be warning against him they came to the funeral. Sophia looked worried. They broke in the house with the tarot and came to the suitcase. Right. So they could be trying to warn against the man in yellow. Yeah, that's possible. I do think that the crows are trying to warn no matter what. I think they're warning them. I used to think the crows were evil or a tool of the evil entity, but now it seems like the show is leaning us in the direction of they're warning people. They're trying to warn people. That's what they were doing with the funeral, because Sophia definitely looked worried. And they broke in the house to probably stop Fatima from obtaining too much forbidden knowledge from that tarot card. And they came to the suitcase to warn people, like, hey, this man in yellow jacket is bad. Like, that's definitely what was happening there. That ghoulish kimono monster must be an angel, Elgen. Yep, that's what he thought. Brandon says, Mrs. Pennywise has a lot of kids with different hunger and feeding habits. They all go after human emotions. Man in yellow, I see, likes despair, build hope, and destroy it. Right. Definitely. Yeah, build hope up and then destroy it. Weaponize hope. Because hope can actually be a powerful thing if people hold on to it and know how to use it properly. If people hold on to it hard enough, hope can manifest things just like fear can. So what does the evil entity do? It tries to weaponize hope wherever it can, build up false hope, and then take it away. Just, take it away as quickly as possible. So it feeds off of that. Recon says, I was expecting all season that Elgen was going to expose Boyd for everything at the end of season 3. Yeah, a lot of us wondered if Elgen was going to be a problem for Boyd, because at the beginning of the season, he said, what if I don't? When Boyd told him to keep quiet. What if I don't? And Boyd was like, yeah, I think you better keep quiet, because, they basically had mutually assured destruction if Elgen didn't keep his mouth shut. Elgen kidnapped Fatima. Boyd tortured Elgen, and on his watch, while he wasn't paying attention, Sarah ripped his eye out. So it was better for both of them if they just kept their mouths shut. So it doesn't surprise me that that's what wound up happening. And Elgen, at the end of the day, he knew Boyd wasn't a bad person, even after what he did to him, and he didn't want to cause him any trouble. He didn't even hold anything against Sarah. I don't think I could ever talk to somebody who ripped one of my eyeballs out. There's just no way. Elgen was too good for this world. The great pretender. Welcome. I don't know why that took me a second to resolve. That meant pretender right there, but the great came out of me no problem. So how's Elgen gone, but Sarah's still here? Yeah, it seems kind of unfair when you look at the gravity of what Sarah has done versus what Elgen did for the entity. What Elgen unwittingly did for the entity, the kidnapping. But I think in the end, Sarah's gift makes her more valuable to the show and the storyline with her ability to hear the voices. So I could see the value in killing Elgen off and keeping Sarah, especially narratively, when you look at now the possibility to show us Elgen's nightmare manifest into reality. His nightmare from when he was on the bus. Because if you think back, can you think of anyone else on the show who had some kind of crazy nightmare that could manifest? Now that we know that this is a thing in this place, nightmares can manifest. They need to actually show us our character from the present cycle die and their nightmare come to life. this is their chance to do it, and this is their chance to do it with a nightmare we didn't get to see. We've seen other people who had dreams. We never got to see Elgin's dream, and it was a plot hole, but it won't be a plot hole if they show us via nightmare manifestation. So that's what I'm counting on. That's the reason why Elgin had to die. For the plot point, I mean, it'll be so valuable to the plot to be able to do that in season 5. That's what I'm counting on. I still think it's going to happen. I thought it might happen in the finale, but I still think it's going to happen. There's no time limit. Let's not forget. There's no time limit on a dead person's nightmare coming to life. That colonial man's ragdoll nightmare came to life centuries later, just now, with those giant ragdolls. So Elgin's nightmare can absolutely come to life in season 5, and that is one of my biggest predictions for that season already. Brandon says Pennywise's kids are talked about in the Dark Tower series, full circle, and now Kenny has a chance with the woman he cared about. Indeed, yeah, he has a chance. She's gonna be grieving though for a long time, so maybe I could see them like planning on taking a trip to Iceland together, though, when they escape. I could see that happening. So there'd be a glimmer of hope that they could be together and have a happy ending. But she won't be able to get over Marielle that easily. It'll take time. Billy Bong said he was talking about conflicting info with items and people, meaning items from the 80s, but Victor is supposedly alone for decades. Okay, you were referring to the point I made about that. Right, it is conflicting. Victor said he didn't say decades, but he said he was alone for a very long time. And, I mean, we have reason to believe that Victor's people actually died in 1982. Maybe that that Victor's family arrived in 78 and everyone died in 82, because that's what was on Jade's timeline this season. It said 1982 massacre. So if there were items for the 80s and Victor was alone for a long time, they died in 82. Well, I guess 82 to the late 80s could be a long time, but we all thought it was going to be a lot more than that. Brendan says, Elgin had no hope. He wasn't thinking, period. That picture should have been given to not Boyd, but Kenny. Yeah. The picture of the picture that Elgin found? Yeah. Or you weren't talking about the picture from season 3 where Boyd had the Polaroid from the camera. I don't think so. Yeah, he definitely wasn't thinking. He did not have his brain cells working in that scene with Sophia. When the cabinets opened and closed, Ethan was like, not this shit again. Yeah, Darrell. Julie and Ethan are always there when the cabinets open and close. Yeah, because this wasn't the same house. This was Colony House. It happened before in their house. Who are you going to call? Ghost Jim. Jen says, I would have a bunker. End of story. Why did they put so much trust in the talismans without a backup plan? For bloody years, SMH. Yeah, I mean, they put too much trust that the talismans would always protect them. So, yeah, a bunker, that's a good idea, Jen. That's a good idea, just in case anything should ever happen to the talismans. Recon says the entity threw one of the bongs from the cabinet. Must be an evil entity. Who throws a bong? Oh, I didn't notice one of the bongs got thrown. That's funny. Brandon says the ghosts are the trapped souls. Man in Yellow is there to see why they are lasting this long, and the boy in white is saying he may win this time. Man in Yellow is undoing hints the boy in white is giving them. Oh, okay. Undoing hints the boy in white is giving them. Could be. Yeah, could be. And the ghosts are the trapped souls. I think the ghosts are the trapped souls, most likely. Yeah. Um, Code Knox says the kitchen is reacting like how the radio reacts. Right. Agree. Darrell says they did give us the answer about the people who die there, like you said, even if we already worked that out. Yeah, we pretty much figured that much. Victor is all of us making up weird theories based on not enough evidence. Right, MG? Definitely all of us. Um, Technically 3 since Chade made a new one by the house. Not a faraway tree, but still. Oh yeah, he made an ornamental faraway tree like Miranda did in the real world. Devious says it's funny the only person who never gets touched by the supernatural mind fuckery is Ellis. Yeah. Yeah, he never did until he had to witness the supernatural mind fuckery get his wife in the end, which is really heartbreaking scene to watch. Ellis's reaction watching her transforming. I think, but this is different, like the mind fuckery never affects Ellis, but this turning Fatima into a monster, that's different. So Boyd literally had to drag him away. I mean, Ellis has never been there to see any weird shit other than the monsters that everyone sees. His reaction was just terrible. It was just so sad. I mean, Gold Coast Jen, not Jim. MG says, kind of echoing Miranda making a copy of her art installation closer to the house. Yep. Took the words right out of my mouth because they instinctively knew it was important. Code Knox says, Sophia is never worried. No, she's never worried at all. She's too overconfident, and that could be her downfall in the end. Brandon says, Cycles, Ethan took the place of the girl who let Grandma in. If Ethan lives, he will be the storyteller, unlike Victor, because he speaks through 40 years of pictures. Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see that. He'd be the storyteller. And, Victor basically tells his story through his pictures. People just don't know how to interpret them. Hey, Susie. There were 10 crows on Fatima's puzzle, and then 10 folks pulling out the tree in episode 9, and until the good old boy Randos disappeared in 10. Oh, I didn't notice the crows on her puzzle. Interesting. Yeah, good catch, Susie. Ellis is kind of useless. Can't even get supernaturally mind-fucked properly. very, very true. Very true, MG. But, Darrell, you are correct that Ellis saved Patty, but closed the door on Roger, MG. Yeah, you did. Jen says, does Elgen still have 10 fingers? I think so. I think he's at least got his fingers intact. Trying for that scumbag Roger was more than Roger deserved. I think Roger gets a bad rap. I mean, he was mean, and he wasn't a very pleasant person, but I don't think he deserved to die, and I don't blame him for unearthing those rag dolls. He's the one who told them not to do it. Yeah, he did pull on the rope, so they surfaced to the top, but he told them not to pull them out. At least he had that much sense. At least he had common sense. It's like, that looks like horror movie 101. Don't pull the creepy ass giant dolls out of the lake. I mean, that's like not rocket science. Sarah is Boyd's most loyal soldier. Indeed, she is, Code. Elgin didn't have his stick when he tried to help Roger. No, he didn't. Ellis. Yeah, Ellis. Sometimes I slip with those two names too because they're so similar. Let's see. Kenny and Christy can bang in Iceland. Oh, it's funny. Code says, who was that man with the dolls that was around little Tabitha? I feel there's more to that story. Probably, I don't know. Probably just a mean old dude. We'll probably never know since it was in a past cycle. You know, I'm guessing they'll never circle back to that. So we'll have to just have some headcanon. I think we'll have to build up headcanon on a lot of things. So just prepare yourselves on that. Emery says, a child's view of the world is very inflated. Yes, it definitely is. And that's like Victor's memory. Yeah, Victor's memory is faulty, and his childlike view of the world is, yes, it is very off. Brandon says Elton was that weak link. He wouldn't tell on Boyd because Boyd was justified. He lost an eye from Sarah, and who knows what she said to him. Elgin was a sad loss because he never got a grip on Fromtown. Right. Yeah, it was sad. It was a tragic case with him. He wasn't a bad person. He was a weak link. Hey, Joker. I thought it was 40 years. Well, he never said 40 years, but he said he was alone for a very long time. So a lot of people in the Fromily have taken to saying he was alone for 40 years and kind of just repeated it like a game of telephone, and you know, but we never actually heard that in the show. Susie says being alone as a child for 3 years is long. Very true. So even if it were just a few years and someone came in the late 80s, it would definitely feel like a long time. It is a long time. Yeah, Henry pissed me off too, what he did to Victor, but then Victor getting in Henry's face after was very satisfying, because Victor was just not going to take that from the man who swore that he would protect him. I mean, the veins were fucking bulging out of his head. Look at the veins in his head, in his forehead. Victor once confused Jasper with Boyd White. That's true. Yeah, does seem like there's more to that story. Unclear whether that's from the original township and there already was very creepy stuff going on before the sacrifice, or if she got reincarnated as a child at some point for some reason. Yeah, that needs to make sense, MG. We need an explanation. We need to know if that was the origin story and somehow there was already supernatural stuff happening, like nightmares coming to life, which to me doesn't line up with how it should be. I think the place probably started as a normal town that got turned into a pocket universe when they made the bargain. So then that would mean that maybe she got reincarnated as a child at some point, which would really not make any sense. Of course it's going to fail if you reincarnate her as a child. Sophie probably planted that picture. Elgin didn't have a chance. You know, I wonder about that code. That very well could be, because she didn't even try to downplay it. Like she didn't have to just admit everything and kill him. That was a fuzzy old picture. She could have just said, "Oh yeah, it does look like me." He didn't say, "Oh, this picture is you. Oh my God, it's you. How can it be you in this picture?" That's not what happened at all. Elgin said, "This looks a lot like you." But it was an old fuzzy picture and she could have played it off, but she didn't. It's like she wanted to kill him. It's like she wanted to, but why? Why him? So it would manifest his nightmare. That's why. She knew about his nightmare and she wanted to manifest it. That's what I think. I think she wanted to bring on his nightmare, which is going to be a flood in the finale, the season 5, at some point in season 5. And good night, Wendy. Glad you enjoyed it. Stefan says, Victor has been trapped at least 40 years. Maybe. We just don't know the exact number. MG says, it seems like the time runs at regular pace in and out of Fromville, so presumably from the late 70s to the Matthews was around 40 years. So Victor's around 50, Henry's around 70. Yeah. Brandon says the monsters have tunnels already. You can't go underground, and Grandma Monster proved they could go on rooftops. Boathouse. Can the monsters swim? Yeah, that's a good question. Can they swim? I wonder. When the flood happens, will we see swimming monsters? Ellis is weak on that. I would be proud to see my wife hold the line like that. Oh, that's rough, though. I mean, for Ellis to have to watch his wife turn into that, I mean, because to me, that would mean that this is it. She's a monster now, and she has to live down there with them. What else can we conclude from it than that? So that would be a tough thing for somebody to swallow. Darrell says, do you think Doug will make a move on Tabitha? No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll. I think he was just being flirtatious in the moment, because a lot of evil villains get flirty like that. I don't think it'll actually be a real pass. Susie says, also there was 8, maybe 9. It's hard to tell. Talismans thrown down by Sophia in the tree, not 12, which makes sense because clinic, the tunnel, maybe Boyd's pocket, and maybe Colony House or the cellar. Okay. I don't know how you could count them, Susie. Like, did you slow it down and lighten it up and like try to count? I mean, I know there were people trying to count, but I couldn't tell how many she was throwing in the tree. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Like, the shot of her, it's so quick. It's so quick, this shot of her face throwing the talismans down. Wasn't Roger one of the ones who raided Tianjin's food stores too? Yeah, so I've heard, MG. I haven't gone back to look, but that's what people have said. So Darrell says they got all the talismans. I think they probably did too, but we'll see. I mean, also, that was only one of Sophia's bags. She had 2 bags of talismans. So one of the bags was her brown bag that she collected herself. The other bag, those were the talismans Clara gathered. So maybe Clara gathered 8 talismans. You know, Clara brought, let's look at the actual bag that Clara brought to Sophia. Right here. She handed Sophia this bag. This very hippie looking bag from Colony House. Sophia already had that brown one on her shoulder, and then she took off with both of them. Then at the end, we saw her dump Clara's bag.
So you're not done.
So we saw her dump Clara's bag down. Hey, Karl. Okay. Anyway, Maze says it's funny. We are, as viewers, are facing the same thing as the residents, having to filter what is truth between lies. Fans may get upset and feel duped by the answers. That's definitely true. We're facing the same kind of issue. basically the same kind of issue. So if we watch like this scene here, she's got both bags on her shoulder, her brown bag and Clara's bag. She takes Clara's bag off, and that's what we see her dump down the tree. She still has the other one that she hasn't dumped yet, but we can presume that she's about to before, she leaves the scene. This is just the beginning. She's about to dump the rest of them. So, and as far as we know, they only have 12 total talismans in the whole town. So, did we see her collect 4? I think we saw her collect 4 talismans herself during this episode. 1 from the church, 1 from the bar, 1 from the sheriff's station, and the other one from... What was the other one? Did she get the clinic one? I think we saw Sophia collect 4. Diner. She collected the one from the diner. So Sophia got 4. Clara probably collected 8. So if you counted 8 in this shot, that's probably the 8. And Sophia has 4 in her bag. So that's it. That's it. I think it's all the talismans. Hey, big city man. What are they supposed to do with the bones? Welcome, by the way. I think they're probably supposed to take the bones to the Lake of Tears, like Karl has said, and I know some others have had the same idea. I think that they need to take the bones and do some sort of ritual with them at the Lake of Tears. It'll be one final ritual that has to happen. But first they have to figure out where the hell the Lake of Tears is, and that's going to probably be the big mission, the big quest of season 5, I think. Because it won't be something too easy like, oh, we just have to bury the bones in hallowed ground, like the horror trope that's been done to death. It's got to be an original twist on it. Code says, here's a little thing the Dr. Tabitha sees in the real world is named Dr. Brody. No, I think it was Boyd. I think it was Dr. Boyd. And the doctor...
Henry. Yeah, Henry.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Tabitha saw Dr. Brody and Henry saw Dr. Boyd. That's okay. So the Dr. Henry sees in his vision of the real world is named Dr. Boyd. Yeah, I didn't read that right the first time. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, Brody is, it's not that far off from Boyd. It's, it's got 3 of the same letters, actually 4 of the same letters in it. It just adds an R. Oh, you know what? It takes Boyd, scrambles it, and adds an R. R for real world, because Tabitha was in the real world, maybe? It could be.
I guess it could be.
It could be, because Brody has all the letters that Boyd has. B-O-Y-D. It just scrambles them and throws in an R.
Whoa. It also has the word bro in it. And D.
Yeah.
So like bro, you're gonna get the D. Oh, that might mean that they're all fucked. No?
No.
No.
That's good. That's good though. See you later, Recon. I'm definitely gonna be signing off soon because I'm pretty tired. But I'm glad you could make it for a while. Susie says definitely not, and enjoy your dinner too. Susie says definitely not more than 9 talismans from the view below going down into the tree. That's because they were in the other bag. I mean, 4 of those talismans were in the other bag, Sophia's bag.
You had the other one? Now that one's lost too.
No. Darrell says Henry says his family was missing for 40 years. Right. Yeah, his family was missing for 40 years.
Oh, well, then that would indicate and maybe that's where everybody gets the 4 years from.
Right.
Even though you have to deduct if they showed up in 78 to 82, that's 4 years.
Right.
So 36 years alone.
Yeah.
Oh, and it would even be less than that though, because people showed up right? What season was it that Tabitha went to the real world?
Season 3.
Right. So then that's, well, I guess it depends on how much time has passed.
Right.
But yeah, that's a way to create that math as well.
Yeah. Now the show came out in 2022. If so, 92. Oh yeah, wait a minute. The massacre did happen in 1982. It had to be. Where are we getting 1978 from? If Henry's family was missing for 40 years, the show came out in 2022, minus 40 years is 1982. And on the timeline, Jade made a timeline of events in season 4. He wrote 1982 Town Massacre. So I don't know where we all got 1978 from before.
Because 78 one of the years on the
Oh, that's why we got it from Tabitha's lighthouse dream. We just assumed that must have been when everybody died.
And I'm assuming everybody was like looked at his shirt and what the cars looked like and made that assumption for 78.
78.
Even though it's actually 82.
So then what the hell did 78 mean, and why was it in Tabitha's dream? It doesn't make sense.
I don't know.
I thought maybe it meant that his family arrived there in 78, but that's not 40 years. That's 44 years.
Dun, dun, dun.
So, yeah, MG says inference from lighthouse dates, if that's what they were. 1978 would presumably have been Victor and Miranda's cycle. From there, the math simple to 2022 when the show started. But Victor, but yeah, Henry said his family was missing for 40 years. Maybe he's he's just like doing the estimation, not doing the actual count of 44.
He doesn't actually remember because he really didn't care that much about his family. Oh, it's been like 40 years. I was like, actually, it's been 27. Yeah, whatever.
You'd think that if, since he lost his family like that, he would say 44 years, not 40 years, if it's really 1978. You'd think that if,
wait a minute. Somebody has the TV volume turned on.
Oh, yeah. Because the remote was missing. Jeff says Victor has that handicap Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers strength. Yeah. Night Disc Guy explores. Yeah, good luck with work in the morning. Hope you're actually able to get enough sleep. Maybe it's earlier where he is. Yeah, Victor definitely has that kind of strength. Do you think Boyd got the worms from the man in yellow? Probably. I think the man in yellow was probably was Martin. I think Martin was probably the man in yellow. He got the worms. He started hallucinating, and he believed that he was in a coma. Possibly, he thought maybe he was in a coma, and that's what he said at Abby's gravesite. That maybe he's in a coma, and all this is just a dream. It sounds kind of familiar, so I think it could have been. It could have been a similar thing. MG says, seems like probably 1506 or 1609 might have been when the original bargain happened. Those dates have to mean something. Yeah, they have to mean something. Yeah, lean towards 1609 Jamestown starving time as the bargain timeline to survive the starving time, but who knows? Right. If that's the case, though, if that were the original bargain, then what did 1506 mean? Brandon says Victor had that gun for years, and to see it turned on Ethan, Victor showed why he survived from Bill. Yeah. Yeah, Victor showed he was tough, that's for sure. He's tougher than he looks. And nobody was going to mess with his friend Ethan, his best friend. So I think, I'm glad that it didn't go a really dark route and have Ethan actually get shot. Tony said if they were going to pull this with him pointing the gun at Ethan and them struggling over the gun, that Ethan should have gotten shot and killed. Like, he said this was a lame. I was like, that's really savage. Damn. Ethan should have died. I mean, maybe he didn't mean died. Maybe he just meant he should have gotten injured, I think. Shot and injured. Yeah, Miranda and Henry did LSD on his 35th birthday, so that would be 1977. That would probably be, I mean, maybe 1977. If the massacre actually happened in 82, I don't know. I don't know anymore. It's confusing now.
Oh no, I've gone cross-eyed.
It's confusing now.
Go back in time and steal my mojo.
Jesus, which may have itself in some manner have bound Man in Yellow while possessing Martin or something, but not sure. Yeah, could have been. It could have. Let's see. Right. So, like, the cicada nymphs may have been from the entity's blood, given the blood ritual transferred it from Martin to Boyd. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, either Martin was the Man in Yellow, or the Man in Yellow gave Martin his blood. And you know, and yeah. So, and Sarah said it was excited when Boyd brought it back to town. Yeah. She said it got excited when you brought. It's laughing at you for bringing it to town, and she said to Kenny, it got excited when it touched your arm via the cicada in the dream, meaning that. Yeah. So, yeah, that's what it was. So yeah, I do think that was the Man in Yellow's blood in Martin, or it was the Man in Yellow himself with the blood inside of him. And I am going to wrap up in a few minutes because I did not get enough sleep and I'm very, very tired. But we'll do another call-in since I started so late. And I know multiple people wanted to call in. Probably didn't work for them because it was late. It was later than they could make it. So we'll do another one. We'll do another one next week for sure. And so then if you wanted to call in and you didn't get a chance, you can have an opportunity next week. I think I owe you guys that much because I said I would do this during the season and it just never got to happen. You know, it just wasn't meant to be during the season. Okay, let me go through a few more comments first. May says the talismans just need to go, or at least compress the residents into a more volatile living space. The safety net just needs to go if we want this story to move along. I think so too. Yeah, just let it, you know, let the shit hit the fan at this point.
They'll all be living in Colony House, and then we'll see all that scattered ass that we saw like in episode 1 or whatever that was.
Right. Yeah, pretty much. That
was a booty that I would not want to look at again, by the way.
That was well, on every rewatch, you have no choice.
It's just there, flapping in the breeze.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't need to see that. I really didn't need to see that. They were gonna do like a lot more of that stuff originally. Colony House was gonna be like a sex palace, and they were gonna show a lot more of that on screen, but they wound up going in a different direction.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
Hey, Christine Jellybean. Let's see. Clara had an opportunity to push Sophia into the faraway tree when her back was turned. Oh, but she wasn't there with her at the tree, Ben. But you know, the boy in white was. But I don't think that like the boy in white could have done it. But I think that would be against the rules. I think it's going to be like Lost, and these entities can't harm each other. So the boy in white, even though he can physically touch things, and he pushed Tabitha out of the lighthouse, but he couldn't push Sophia into the tree. MG says, if I were a suspicious man, I'd say that Boyd bringing the cicada curse back to town was what released the man in yellow back into Frumville's reality from possessing Martin in the dungeon realm. Could be. Yeah, I mean, but then what
the fuck put him there?
Yeah.
If that was the case.
If he was trapped in that state, yeah, what put him there? How did he get there?
Yeah.
How did he get there, and how come he didn't turn up till the end of season 3?
Yeah.
In the flesh. Darrell says it's just so obvious that this episode was telling us that our characters are going to have no talismans for the start of next season. I think so too. I think that's what they were trying to tell us with this. And they were comparing notes, like, you know, oh, they've got the bones. Oh, but they don't have the tree. You know, the tree's gone. That's what Sophia said. So the tree is gone. That's confirmed that it's bad. The fact that they have the bones confirmed that it's good, because the boy in white is touting that as a good thing. He then says in the next breath, you're going to lose this time. So definitely subtext in this scene. The tree is the antenna that holds the dome of the dang thing together, because even when Jim has the lightning rod, it isn't ground to cloud. So it has to be a huge reservoir of positive ions. Okay, so that's why we had that crazy ass lightning scene, where as soon as they chop that thing down, it shot out this bolt of crazy pink lightning. But like, what the hell was the point of it otherwise? It didn't do any actual damage unless it like fried the electricity, but we would have seen that. I think we would have seen them discover that already. Although night hasn't fallen yet after that ordeal, so maybe they're not using the electric stuff in the daytime. I don't know. Like, I just feel like that lightning should have actually done something other than just look cool. And instead, it was just all pomp and circumstance without consequence. That was in the episode trailer, the lightning. And it looked scary, like a storm was happening, and possibly the beginning of a flood. It looked terrifying. Like, oh my God, what the fuck? What's going to happen? And it wound up just being a whole bunch of nothing. Just looked cool. But it did make Boyd ask the question, what the fuck did we do? You know, what the fuck? Something like that. I think he said, the fuck did we do? By chopping down the tree. Because this is obviously a harbinger of bad things to come. So I guess it was just to make him ask that question. Good night, Cole. Glad you found us and you could join, and you have a safe and happy 4th as well. 1978. Oh yeah, that was the start date of cycles. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, like, as opposed to end dates. So it was around 40 years. So he's approximating how many years his family were gone for. like they don't matter. He's just approximating, like, oh, it was around 40 years. It's 44 years that if it were 1978, it would be 44 years. Good morning, Papa Socks. Don't think too hard on the dates versus years. Everything here lies lies is going to be our go-to line when the show is finally over. So maybe the dates in the dream were just inaccurate. That's possible, but I don't know. That dream was pretty prophetic. That dream was so prophetic. Tabitha went up the lighthouse steps in that dream. Then the next season, she went up the steps for real. She saw the ambulance, the toy ambulance on the steps, and she came back to town in an ambulance in season 3. And she saw Jim hanging upside down in the same kind of way his body was found hanging upside down in season 4. So is there anything it's going to predict for season 5 now is the question, because it's predicted something for seasons 2, 3, and 4, that dream. So maybe that's where we get the dates. Maybe season 5, we find out what the dates mean. That's what I would have. That's the last piece. That's the last piece of that dream that seems to really matter. So we find out what the dates actually mean in season 5. We find out when the origin actually started. We see through Julie's story walking how it all began. We see her actually go back in time again, but go back further than the 70s. Brendan says, I just thought of this. The lake is where the ragdolls are. They were the protectors of Tabitha, but someone else's fears, adult fears. The Ankui kids and the town has the hope of a helper. Yeah, they seemed like they were kind of protecting Tabitha. I have heard people say that, and I could see the argument for that. Someone else's fears, yeah, an adult's fears. And yeah, like the Ankui kids' hope started bringing Tabitha and Jade back. It's the dolls. Interesting. Darrell says, no, Julie, don't leave. I need sleep. I need sleep badly. Brandon says, no more talismans. Only certain people can survive this because they know how to hide. Remember, Boyd got the talismans after hiding with Donna. Oh, absolutely. So Donna has lived through this before. Victor, obviously, Boyd, and not many other people. I mean, there's nobody else that we know of. Dale is dead. So, yeah. Now, so MG says, is hope the positive charge being released now that the hope tree has been pulled down? Now all the hope is bleeding out. That can't be good. It cannot be good. Brandon says the man in yellow is wearing the same dress in the picture of the woman that blocked Elgin's escape. Oh, yeah.
So Clara's dress is the same pattern as but obviously it would be different sizes.
Yeah, different sizes for sure. Clara's dress is bigger. The pattern is a little different too. Like, it's a little different, I think, but similar blue with flowers. And it's lost. The tree acts like the swan button valve, cutting off a dangerous underground charge. Pulling it out is the same mistake as not pressing the button. Safely discharged in small dose erupts. Okay, so there's like energy under the ground, like in Lost, another Lost parallel. I could see that, Susie. Papa Sock says the talismans would have never disappeared if Colony House stuck to their protocols, choosing ceremonies, etc. Oh, definitely. If everyone just played by the rules and stopped and didn't look for answers, everything would have stayed the same. But they started looking for answers and, building a radio, Boyd going out into the woods. They pushed back. They pushed, so the entity pushed back, and they lost their privileges. Paradise lost. It became like a twisted paradise lost. They lost their right to just live there and be able to build a life and have endless summer and endless food Can the boy in white be photographed? Probably not, I would say. But although, actually, yes, I would say yes, because if the man in yellow can be photographed, then why can't the boy in white? And yet, is he in any pictures? I wonder if they were to dig enough, maybe they'd find pictures with the boy in white. Probably not, though. I mean, I think with the boy in white, he's very careful not to let himself be seen. That's the thing. He only has let himself be seen by a select group of people. MG says it seemed like the entity couldn't leave on his own, given Sarah says he laughed that Boyd brought him back. It just makes you wonder, though, how it got trapped there in the first place. It may also be that smashing the music box would have played a role in releasing Man in Yellow, maybe a combination of both. We don't know the exact rules. I think if they had smashed the music box, yeah, it probably would have released the Man in Yellow then, and triggered, everybody would have wound up dead soon. that I'm convinced of. Will the boy in white age up to become Martin? I don't think he'll become that old, Jay, but I think he will get older. I mean, like he's gonna keep growing, and at this rate, I mean, my God, he's gonna be rocking a beard by season 5 at this point. That voice was so bassy, it was crazy to me. It was really creepy, actually. Stefan thinks the massacre is going to happen again next season. Yeah, and Brandon says Colony House has 2 talismans, the front door and the basement. Jade lost his bar talisman in the tunnels. Colony House is the last castle. Yeah, there might be one in the basement that Clara didn't know about still, unless Clara found out about it somehow. And Stefan, yes, on the cave wall, they definitely accomplished most of what's on that cave wall. So they're on the final part. It tells a story from left to right, 100%. It tells a story in 5 seasons, according to David Agile's theory. It fits perfectly. So I think he's right the way he's mapped it out. Yeah, the town has not blamed Tabitha and Jade yet, so it's going to get really bad next season. And Christopher was murdered, and Smiley got Miranda. Right, Papa Socks. But I don't think it'll get as bad as that. But it definitely is going to get really bad. There's going to be hell to pay for what they just did. Knowledge comes at a cost, and they just gained a big piece of the past with those bones. Tian Shen definitely wore the same blue dress as I think Tian Shen was wearing the same blue dress as Sophia, because that dress looks exactly the same. The one Clara's wearing is different, though. I think Tian Shen was buried in Sophia's blue dress. That we went and looked on another live, and it was the same. Hey, good day, Karl away. And Brandon, yeah, I mean, I think they accomplished a lot in that they got the bones, which was a huge first step, and they've never achieved that before, according to the Man in Yellow. They've never even tried to get the bones, and now they have the bones. And the boy in white said, they have the bones. You're going to lose this time. They just have to figure out what the ritual is, and they need to piece it together with the Lake of Tears. They need to figure out how to get to the Lake of Tears, and that's where they bones. They'll figure it out in the end. Recon says the episode is named after the thought experiment. If a tree falls in the forest, does it blast fucking plasma into the sky? Yeah. Is that what happens? That's not what I thought. That's not how I thought it went. Dr. Sophie says, how did the talismans be removed from homes without nobody seeing Clara? Mm-hmm. How exactly did she go into the private homes with people in there, presumably, and nobody saw her? Yeah, I'd like to know that, too. It would have been nice if they had shown us her pulling some kind of a scam to get get going and knocking on doors, pulling some sort of scam, and now who knows how she pulled it off.
Yeah. I'm sure if Clara was walking on our porch, we'd hear it. You know what I'm saying? Be a lot of creaking and groaning.
Oh my god. Papa says Mari saw a vision of her death, or so it appears. Did Randall have any visions earlier? Yeah, Mari had a dream in season 2 of Smiley attacking her in the clinic. There's no denying that. She definitely had a premonition dream of her death. And so her nightmare manifested without her even dying yet. I thought people had to die first for their nightmares to actually get manifested into reality in this place, but maybe not. I don't think people have to die for their hope and their fears to be manifested. So maybe nightmares the same. People don't have to die first. That actually lends credence to my theory that people may not have to die first to manifest things there. Because I think Victor manifested the peach truck with his homesickness for his bedroom with the peach wallpaper. I think Boyd manifested Donna's pulse to come back with his hope, and he didn't have to die. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think Randall had any visions earlier, but I think that's supposed to be a clue for us that people don't have to die to manifest things there. Dad, it is sad that we don't have an episode to watch tomorrow, Carla. It is. That sucks. I don't want the season to be over. It went by so fast. I knew it would. People complained about having to wait every week. And I kept saying, it's going to be over so fast. Don't wish it away. Don't rush it. But, now it's over. All right. It's time to go. It's been 4.5 hours. I'm exhausted. Karl is exhausted. And we need to say goodnight now. So, keep an eye out for my From Season 10 episode breakdown deep dive, which I really have yet to have time to work on. Just too much life stuff taking priority this week. But I will get to work on it this weekend. So hopefully by early next week, I'll have that out. In the maybe, if I want to say maybe Tuesday-ish. So please keep an eye out for that video. Please still watch it, even though it'll be a week later than I would have liked it to be. And I'm going to also have theory videos to come about From Season 4 and From in general. So I'm not done with the From content, not done with the From lives. We'll be back again with another From live stream next week. We'll also allow people to call in if you want to call in next week. We'll definitely do that. We'll let you know when From Academy will be back with Doc Kaiju, and I will be starting. We'll be starting covering Silo next week, season 3, episode 1 of Silo. So yeah, busy schedule ahead. From season 4 may be done, but we still have lots of From talk we can do. Clearly, there's still plenty more we can do. And it'll be fun. The off season will be fun. We don't want it to be over. Once it's over, that's it. No more From forever. So let's enjoy this off season. And yeah, that would be cool, Brandon, if the boy in white is the little brother losing to the man in yellow. The boy in white boasted about getting the bones, but he never told anyone what to do with them. The man in yellow knows the rules and laughs. Could be, yeah. Could be. I've always thought that the boy in white just doesn't know as much as the man in yellow. The boy in white does not know as much. The man in yellow has more knowledge, and therefore it's easier to win. And that's why he's won. It's won every single time. But it's going to change this time. Anyway, Silo is another mystery box series, Papa Socks. It's on season 3 right now, and it's on Apple TV Plus. It's another fun one to theorize about, so definitely check it out. And it's worth a shot. A lot of From fans seem to like it. So All right, guys. We will see you next time. Thank you so much, as always, for the awesome conversation. Watch out for my next video. Please hype it when you see it. It'll be early next week, so your hypes will be renewed. You get 3 hypes per week, starting on Mondays. You get your hypes renewed, refreshed, that is. And it's a huge help. It's a massive, massive help if you use your hypes on small channels. Every single hype that you give me, I get 2,000 points per hype. If you give them to a big channel, the bigger the channel, the less your hype is worth, the less points your hype is worth. So you really do a massive service to small channels when you give them out to small channels. The smaller, the better. So thank you in advance for supporting the video that I'll put out. As always, comment, like, share. Those things all help too. But the hype is your most powerful tool, is your superpower for helping small channels like this one grow and get seen by more people. So we will see you on the next one. Say goodnight, Karl.
Good night, Karl.
We'll see you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us depths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frum's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the claw.